Well, everybody here? All right, so it is 6:30, so let's go ahead and get started. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the South Burlington City Council meeting for November 3rd, 2025. We will start with agenda item number 1, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. Lori, will you lead us, please?
I will.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Lori. Item 2, instructions on exiting this building in case of emergency and review of technology options. Jesse Baker, City Manager.
Thank you. So for those in the room, thank you for joining us. If there's an emergency during this meeting, you can go out the rear of the auditorium on the left or right side and then turn left or right to get outside. If you're joining us remotely, thank you for joining us as well. We are using the webinar feature for this Zoom. So if you would like to speak during an item on the agenda, please use either the raise hand function or the Q&A function, and I will have the chair call on you. Other than that, we are not monitoring the QA for content. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 3, agenda review. Are there any additions, deletions, or changes in the order of the agenda items tonight? Great, thanks. So now we'll go to item 4, which is comments and questions from the public not related to tonight's agenda. I know we have one person online, Jerry Silverstein, who would like to speak. Just to know, is anybody in the auditorium, do they want to speak on some item tonight that's not on the agenda? Okay. He is more of a general comment, so. Good evening, Jerry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. So I'll split my comments to general and specific. I'll do the general now and specific later on in the agenda. The theme of these comments has to do with be careful about raising cost of living expenses in South Burlington. And what I'd like to do is just run through some data that I've put together with regard to expenses that people incur in this area. And I'll start with the fact, something you probably know, as a percent of income, Vermont has the highest property taxes of all 50 states. Again, the property taxes are not the highest, but when you look at income as a percent of income, Vermont property taxes are the highest of all 50 states. And that's primarily due to the fact that Vermont has the second highest spending per pupil in public schools of all 50 states. As I said at a previous meeting, my house, which has an assessed value which is 13% less than the average single family home in South Burlington, still has a property tax bill of $8,022. At the state level, Vermont also has the third highest level of state taxes of all 50 states. Because the state for many years chronically underfunded the teachers' pension fund, the state this year will need to transfer $230 million from the general fund to the teachers' pension fund, which is called VSTRS. Similar transfers will need to occur through 2038. This is important because the primary revenue stream in the general fund is citizen income tax payments. So you're not just paying for public school education with your property taxes, your income taxes are also paying for education. Vermont's health insurance rates and healthcare costs are the highest in the country. This year, no medical advantage provider will offer insurance in Chittenden County because they all lose money when they do that. And Humana has even stopped offering Medigap coverage in the area. Vermont is only one of 9 states that taxes Social Security, and next year it will become one of only 8 when West Virginia drops out. Vermont does it above a threshold. So for a single individual, once their income reaches $60,000, they get no benefit in terms of a discount on their Social Security income. Now, I remind you, the 60,000 figure is gross. After the IRS takes its cut and the state of Vermont takes its cut, 60,000 becomes 53,500. I need not tell you that a single individual who owns their home, $53,500 is not a lot of money. In terms of utilities, from June 24 through July 25, GMP billings were up 5.2%, and as of October 1st of this year, they've asked for another 7.35% increase. With regard to Vermont Gas Systems, from May-June 24 through May-June 25, VGS billings were up 9.4% for daily access and distribution, and 12% increase in natural gas charges. For FY25 and FY26, the South Burlington School District budgets had an two-year education tax rate increase of about 16%, as opposed to the two-year Social Security income increase, which was 5.7%. If I project into FY27, based upon what I've heard the chair of the current school board say, I am anything but optimistic that the current school board is going to try to hold the line on spending, and I anticipate it's very possible we'll see another 7 to 8% increase in the education tax rate, which would mean a three-year education tax rate of 25%, and the education tax rate, of course, is directly proportional to the education tax assessment on property tax bills. What all this means is that the cost of living in Chittenden County for everybody is going up, but it's especially true for senior citizens, and 18% of residents in South Burlington are senior citizens. By definition, these people have a limited time left on the planet Earth, and the last thing you want to do is look at them either at the city, the school district, or the state level as an ATM where you can continue to withdraw money from them, not to be ghoulish, before they expire. I really encourage you to be very careful about adding any new expenses that are going to create a further economic burden on people who are living in the community, especially the seniors who constitute almost 1 in every 5 residents. Thanks for listening to my comments.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Anybody else online want to make a comment about something that's not on our agenda tonight? Looks like nobody in the audience here is interested. Okay. Great. Well, then we'll move on to item number, hold on, 5, which is Councilors Announcements and Reports on Committee Assignments and the City Manager's Report afterwards. Who would like to go first? Ann?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm on the Public Art Committee. I'm the liaison from the Council for the Public Art Committee, and we met, and it's really a fascinating committee. And our new curator has put forth a proposal and put it out for artists to reply to, so that we hope that there will be our walls in the hall will again have public art in early December, and a show called World of Our Mind will hopefully do that. And the reason, part of the reason that our walls have been empty is that they needed to be painted and things like that. So that will be happening. The Public Art Committee is also waiting for and been participating a bit in the Parks and Recreation Committee, where there's a consultant or someone doing a report, and their hope or their assumption is that the role of public art is sort of some clear steps and some concrete suggestions will come out of that report that is happening in terms of that. I also, with our esteemed council chair, had my first conversation with councilors, and there was actually, I understand, one person who'd never been to any of the meetings before. Otherwise, there were some pretty people who are pretty active in that. And I guess I'm not going to really talk about what they said, because it's each one of, they seem to have really hit on the agenda items in terms of community safety, in terms of the Marcotte study, whatever, transportation piece, and that, yeah, that, and then not really completely part of the counselor role, but I really want to draw attention to the fact that our seniors center sort of had an informal connection, and a group of people went to the Burlington City Arts to see a exhibit that one of our community members had a piece in. And I bring that up only in that this was not something that was heavily advertised, but people are interested in art, and they, whether it is in a park or whether it is in the building, our community is interested in that. And that's it.
Thank you, Ann. Lori?
I didn't have any committee meetings since our last meeting. I do have a Natural Resource Committee meeting on Wednesday where we'll be reviewing the bubble diagrams for Hubbard and Red Rocks Parks. And the CRO Master Parks project is moving forward. I don't think we'll get a presentation here until December at this point. And I will be joining Ann on Saturday for another conversation with the council at Chamberlain. Hope to see anybody in the audience that would like to have a friendly chat. And I did review the responses to the financial survey that was put out, and noticed that the last question, which was, is there any service you would like to see the city stop providing? That there were 85 responses to that question, and 23 of them were saying that the city shouldn't be spending money on climate associated expenses. And that stood out to me as makes me aware that we need to have conversations perhaps within the council, but also within the community about why we are investing in climate and the importance of it and how it actually impacts us now and in the future. So I just, I thought that was a marked statistic, and one that I think tells me that we have some work to do on the council in terms of explaining effectively and listening to the concerns and having that dialogue be effective. So that's all I've got.
Thanks, Lori. Andrew?
Well, on that note, Lori, thank you for the lead-in. I actually didn't have any official committee meetings, but I do have two interesting things to report. One, I went to a Sierra Club discussion where they showed a film called Climate Emergency, Feedback Loops. And I'm pretty sober about the climate crisis, but this was sobering even for me because it talked about how there are so many feedback loops now on the planet that are making the climate crisis even worse and worse, that even the carbon reduction targets that we all, that the IPCC shoots for are not really sufficient. What's a feedback loop? For instance, when ice melts in the Arctic and the ocean gets darker, the planet gets darker, so it can absorb more heat, which causes more ice to melt, which causes the oceans to get darker, etc., etc. That's a feedback loop. And unfortunately, most of the feedback loops on the planet cause the planet to warm. So that's a problem. So we had a discussion. What do you do about that, right? And I was fortunate enough to be able to share everything we're doing in South Burlington, and people were really excited by that, at least in this group, and anxious to hear more, anxious to try and replicate some of the great stuff we're doing on the climate front. And I'm really proud of our community for all we're doing. And I really think that, to your point, Lori, we need to ensure we're leading and educating the public on why this is so vitally important and why what we're doing is so vitally important. I'd love to continue that conversation. The second meeting was with Tim, Jesse, and other Chittenden County municipal officers at a CCRPC meeting where municipal officers from all around the county got together to talk about common issues. And if I recall, I think there were kind of 3 or 4 themes. We talked a lot about public safety. We talked a lot about housing. We talked about climate, public transportation, some other things. Really interesting. I think we all share, common concerns, and we all struggle with solutions. But there were some good ideas that came up that I think we'll be able to leverage off of. At that meeting too, I shared, what we're doing on climate in South Burlington, and saw some heads nodding as I spoke, and kind of hopeful there that we'll be able to spread some of our good work to the rest of the county as well.
Thank you, Andrew. Elizabeth?
Thanks, Tim. I had an opportunity to attend the Planning Commission meeting. I won't report out on anything specific. You may. It was a really excellent meeting with a lot of content. I'm always impressed with the group's discussions and the folks on that committee. Many of you have seen the article in the other paper on the Economic Development Strategic Plan. I wanted to make sure that got some visibility, particularly as we're going into the budget season, and have gotten good feedback on that. As I indicated at the end of that, I had Nicole Lebrecht, who's the chair of that committee, make a comment relative to some of the working groups that they're going to be looking for volunteers to serve on. So hopefully that will be coming up next. Housing Committee does not meet until next week, I believe. So I'll report out at that our next meeting. And I think I indicated at a previous meeting, the Champlain Housing Trust Cornerstone Luncheon is scheduled for this Thursday at the Ellie Long Center. And I am sponsoring 2 tables there. And I think there's about 260 attendees, which is a great turnout for that event. And then, Anne, I wanted to thank you for publishing in the Front Porch Forum, asking for folks to participate, kind of a last call for the financial survey for the city. So I had been thinking about that and had not gotten around to it. So I was really grateful to see that you did that.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I did a few things. I won't take too much time. So I attended a pension advisory committee meeting, and happy to report that the fund is doing well. The market's doing well. Our actuary says that the pension fund is 90% plus funded, as compared to Jerry's comment about the Visitors for the teachers' retirement system in Vermont. There is at least $50 million in that fund, and this is a good time right now for it. And then I attended a Chittenden County Communications Union District meeting, and I don't know if anybody saw the press release, but they have signed significant contracts with Fidium Fiber and other providers to extend high-speed internet along the major corridors in Chittenden County, mostly Essex and Westford, to capture as many people as they can to be able to provide them with speeds higher than 25 megabits per second. So in South Burlington, we only had 3 homes, and one's actually on Chiefs Factory Road and does have access to Comcast if they wanted to have the line run. The other 2 are on Dorset Street. They're pretty far away from the street. I know the addresses. I haven't spoken with them. It'd be nice to know what their plans are, what they're doing right now for high-speed internet. I don't know. So this is pretty significant because they went through the BEAD system and obtained the funding, and this is a win. This is a win for delivering basic internet. Because 25 doesn't cut anymore. You've got to be at least 100, and this is what has been needed in some of these more rural areas. I also went to an energy committee meeting. We talked about several things. We also talked about balcony solar, which is becoming popular right now, and maybe there might be a need for some electrical analysis in the future if this becomes part of an ordinance. We'll probably have to have a conversation another time. It's a very interesting subject. I also went to the conversation with a counselor with Anne at the Orchard School, and I have the signage in my car. Don't leave tonight without taking it out of my car. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I went to a planning commission meeting where we had 2 really good conversations. One was about the zoning change that Andrew was, in favor of, to try and reduce the building heights in that parking lot that's just northeast of the Doubletree Hotel. And after discussion from the public and myself, you know, giving, you know, a testimony in support of your idea. Despite that, most of the feedback from the public and from the commissioners was not favorable towards looking at that and making a change at this time. We also talked about the difficulty of HOAs and covenants in gated communities or non-gated communities where there happen to be bylaws and how they can conflict with planning and zoning regulations. So if you have the state that says that your community should allow double density and ADUs, you may have a condo association that does not allow that. So then Paul O'Connor gave me this really great article to read, which indicates that there are places all over the country that are like this, where sometimes those sets of rules clash with each other, and it can take some work to reconcile them to move plans forward. I also went to that CCRPC pizza night that Andrew and I attended, and a Winooski city councilor intimated to me that we did really well in bringing their city manager to South Burlington, and they were sore that that happened. I also asked them about their pool, and they said the pool is doing very well, and I got a lot of details about pools. One of the things we talked about at that meeting as well was the fact that there are no state RBES inspections. So if you have a residential building energy specification, there's nobody that inspects that after your building is completed. And I think that's something that we're going to want to have a future conversation about here. Finally, I played hooky on Wednesday, and I drove an hour and a half down to Taconic Ramble State Park in Hubbardton. I've been trying to get there for 2 years. It was a nice day, beautiful sunny day, and it was so quiet, I swear you could hear a pin drop in the parking lot. There was no sound in that whole valley. It was just incredible. They have a Zen garden. They have a cliff walk. They have a path that goes up to a waterfall. There was no water because it's kind of dry right now. And they have beautiful long meadow fields that you can walk through. So I highly recommend it. Pay attention to your Google Map guide so you don't get lost. And you will also be within a stone's throw of the Hubbardton battlefield, which is the only battle fought during the Revolutionary War in what is now the state of Vermont. So just a fascinating area, very beautiful and very countryside and rural. That's all I have. Jesse?
Thanks. So back to Councilor Smith's comment about the Parks and Open Space Master Plan. So just because there's been, for me, some confusion about when that's coming forward, it is now going to come to the council as a draft for your consideration on December 15th. But before then, there will be a public hearing or public open house on December 4th here at City Hall from 5:30 to 7. So we are starting the publicity around that open house, and then following that feedback, it will come to you on the 15th. Want to officially thank the Vermont Humanities Council for bringing Away with Words to this space last Tuesday. It was a really wonderful event on words and language around climate change and the impacts of climate change. But I really enjoyed the event, but also just felt so honored that they chose South Burlington to host the event and host the event here at the library. It was a sold out event with lots of Vermont public dignitaries here.
I just want to say I was there as well and loved it, and loved the concept of outside groups using the auditorium or using other spaces, because it brings people here and they talk about the building. And I happened to have dinner, because I don't like to cook, at one of our restaurants on the street, and there were 2 other groups of people not from South Burlington who were eating there early because of the event. So I think it gives us that benefit as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you for adding that. And then my final thing for the council is November, I think I may have sent this to you earlier today, maybe not. November 19th at 9:30, there will be a ceremonial ribbon cutting for the recreation path the airport has installed in the Chamberlain neighborhood. So I at least emailed you about it. I hope Councilor Barrett will be speaking at that. Mayor Malvini Stanek will be speaking. It's a really great improvement for that neighborhood and a result of your zoning. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesse. Let's move on to item number 6, which is the consent agenda. So we have item 6A, which is consider and sign the disbursements. 6B, approve the second 5-year extension of the lease with the Chittenden Solid Waste District for the drop-off center for a period running from January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2030, and authorize the city manager to execute the document. 6C, approve the Rye Meadows plowing agreement. 6D, receive the July, August, and September 2025 financials. 6E, approve minutes from September 2nd, September 15th, September 29th, and the October 6th, 2025 City Council meetings. Can I have a motion to approve these?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I'm just wondering, I haven't studied the financials, but Jesse, do we have a sense how the option tax revenue is coming in so far in 25?
That's Martha here. I think it's coming in slightly below what we were anticipating.
Okay.
She can give you more details.
Okay, so I guess we'll learn more about that as we go into the...
Yep, we will
Okay.
tell you more.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
I
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Now let's move on to item 7.
Oh, so,
Oops, sorry.
I'm sorry. I should have
Sure.
more completely answered Councilor Chalnick. We are also, one of the reasons we don't know is we're also waiting on the November quarterly installment. So we get an installment in August and we don't get the next installment until November. So that we anticipate that coming in the end of this week. And with that, we'll have a lot more information. So
Good. So we'll be able to fold in that extra piece of data into
Right.
the budget discussion. Great. Okay.
Thank you. Item 8, possible action to adopt a fire prevention and protection ordinance with Chris Corbin, Deputy Fire Chief, and Colin McNeil, City Attorney.
you guys are going to need to vamp for 3 minutes.
We need what?
To vamp for
Oh,
3 minutes.
Do we,
I've got one thing that I could add.
for 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
This will be less than 3 minutes. I was going to do it at other business, but I just sitting listening to the councilors' reports about what we all do, realize that there's a lot of really good information there. We have a very small audience here and not much bigger online. And I think, and the council reports are not reflected in the minutes. So our general public doesn't have a chance to hear the work that is being done by the council that's reported at these meetings. And if there were a way for us to share that either on the city website or in the city newsletter that goes out, I think that information would be really valuable to our public. So I just wanted to mention that as an observation. I listen to these things and I look and I go, everybody should be hearing this, and almost nobody's hearing it. So instead of it just getting lost, it would be great to be able to share it.
Let's talk about that other business a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
Let me write that down. There's a lot. Okay.
That killed 2 minutes.
Got a minute and a half to go.
Good job.
I tried to walk down here very slowly, but not slowly enough.
Jesse, can you remind us on the 19th when and where?
Did you have a good Halloween, Colin?
19th
That's
at
lovely, thank you.
9:30. I don't know the exact location yet. It was an initial invite. We'll get a more complete invite later in November.
It's good.
But 9:30 at 19th.
It's going to pour in.
Or snow. Either one.
Good evening.
Good evening. We're here tonight to present at second reading, and hopefully you guys open up a public hearing on some amendments to the fire prevention and protection ordinance. Brief summary is we are taking advantage of authority that's granted by statute for municipal housing codes and incorporating it into the ordinance that provides us with authority to conduct inspections on owner-occupied single-family homes. And the amendments that are made to the ordinance allow us to take advantage of that authority and incorporate into the ordinance the authority that's granted. With that authority, we are required to have a housing board of review And we're also required to have a policy on relocation in the instance that an inspection has resulted in an order that someone must vacate a home. With the ordinance as presented, you have the option of either, with relation to the Housing Board of Review, of either appointing a 5-member Housing Board of Review, and if you don't take action on that front, the City Council will become the Housing Board of Review. So at this point, we would ask, unless there's questions before we want to begin, that we open up the public hearing and you make a motion to do so.
So I move to read the ordinance by title, electrical installations, and open the public hearing.
Can we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's
I
unanimous.
just want to make sure we're clear. The fire inspection one is first on the agenda. The
Oh, I'm
electrical
sorry.
one is second. So
That was a
Yes,
mistake.
fire and, yes. Read by title, fire prevention and protection ordinance.
So we're now in a public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience here that would like to speak about this proposed ordinance? Come on up to the podium, please. Okay. Make sure that the bright green light is on the base. If you push the button, push it again.
Bright green light.
There you go. And identify yourself, please.
Andy Johnson, 8 Maple Avenue. I have 6 questions. One of them is the $5,000 limit of getting a permit. I was getting a quote from replacing my boiler. It's $19,000. Does that mean I'll get a permit and have to have more plans than just having my boiler guy replace it?
So the question is, can you repeat the question? I didn't quite-
$5,000 limit to have to get a permit, right, and to have plans.
Yeah, I think so this is the fire prevention one, but I don't know.
We
this-
do not regulate. Go ahead, Mike, before I get ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, I think what the chief was going to say is we're not going to regulate plumbing. Oh, sorry. Battalion Chief John Christman, Fire Department.
Yeah.
We're not going to be inspecting plumbing installations. So I think when it comes to like a boiler replacement, there would be an electrical permit that would be pulled for the electrical connection, but not, there would be any additional permitting required for that.
Okay, because it's a modification. I thought that was included here.
We're looking more at structural modifications, fire and life safety, that kind of stuff.
So if I replace my windows, is that a structural?
If you have to change the size of the windows, then yes, it would become something we would be looking at. If you're doing 1-for-1 direct replacement, then there would likely be no permit required for that.
And that would include vinyl replacements, vinyl inserts?
Correct. And yes. Yep.
But if somebody had a basement and they wanted to make the window bigger to make an egress window?
Yep.
That would require an inspection?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So for a boiler replacement, do you mind if I ask some questions here?
I don't mind. I'll
You have
wait.
any more?
I have more, but I'll wait.
Oh, no, you go ahead. It's
Okay.
your public hearing.
One is just a clarification on section 626. It said, as appropriate, the fire marshal, or assistant fire marshal, or a fire inspector shall make a careful inspection of any public buildings and premises. Does that mean public premises, or does it also include private premises?
The way the state codes are listed and the way the ordinance kind of reflects that is public buildings would be a duplex or greater, obviously any commercial building or something like that. What we're going for with the amendments here and with single family homes would give us jurisdiction to inspect whenever there's a permit pulled. We're not going to go knock on people's doors to try to do inspections.
In that case, premises means all premises, including single-family homes in this paragraph.
That is true. The ordinance would apply to single-family homes, but again, only under those conditions where it meets the ordinance. So you're doing a renovation or new construction.
Okay. It also says that there'll be an inspection upon a report of a citizen complaint. If somebody complains about my house, there'd be an inspection. And when it's inspection, does it have to be all to code?
So we would handle a complaint like we would any complaint that we receive, and we'll reach out to the persons involved and try to investigate if there's, reason to follow up on that complaint. Correct me if I'm wrong. We wouldn't be.
It would be unlikely you get a complaint on a single family home, but if you were doing a renovation or new construction of a single family home and we received a complaint, i.e. that you didn't pull a permit, you would receive a visit from us.
So this is only complaints about renovations.
It's only under renovations or new construction.
Okay. This is section 1629. An owner, agent, attorney, or lender prior to public transfer of public property shall request a time of sale inspection. Does that mean all of us have to inspect the required?
The way the ordinance written, we're aiming for time of sale inspections on public buildings by definition of state statute. So it would be duplex or greater, not single family homes. And that definition of public building comes out of the state, the state statutes.
Which is current practice, sir.
Yep.
This is 1634. It's about smoke detectors. It sounds like we have to replace all of them because they have to all communicate, and none of the ones we've in the past communicated with each other. Is that accurate?
Yeah. So the ordinance, as it exists without amendments, was pretty specific on what the requirements were for smoke detectors. And the way the original ordinance was written is that there needed to be a smoke detector on every floor. That's by state code. The ordinance also included a smoke detector in every bedroom. Now, if your house was built after 1994, it was supposed to be hardwired and interconnected because that technology has been around since 1994. If it was built before 1994, there is technology available to allow for wireless interconnect, but it's only acceptable in homes that are built prior to 1994.
My house was built in 1946. It's prior to that. But the smoke detectors don't communicate, so that means I have to buy all new ones to communicate.
Only if we were coming in to do inspection, and we would only be triggered to do any inspections if it was a renovation or a new build. Nobody's going to come knocking on your door to check to make sure that your smoke detectors are.
So that means I can not obey the ordinance as long as you don't come and inspect me.
Well, no, your house isn't subject to the ordinance unless you're doing a renovation greater than $5,000 or it's new. So it's not that we're ignoring it. It's just that your house is not subject to the ordinance until you do one of those two things.
Yep.
If the renovation is greater than $5,000, right, but it doesn't involve anything to do with smoke detectors and they were pre-94, are they then urged or do they have to replace and hardwire to connect their smoke detectors?
We talked about this today, and only he's looking at me because it gets a little dicey. This is a scale. So we talk about if you were doing a basement renovation and that wouldn't mean you'd have to change your second floor windows. But a smoke detector, something that's interconnected throughout the entire structure, is one of those issues that we would probably talk to the homeowner and say, while you're doing this, what makes the safest thing to do is to interconnect them. Not required. Mm-hmm. This is one of those ones that we would push you to go to do the right thing because that leads to the greatest safety. Mm-hmm. Technically, under the conversation we've had, that would not be required.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And to give a little perspective to that, if following the basement renovation, if we show up to inspect your home for your basement renovation that you did, and I notice that your bedroom windows don't meet egress, I'm not going to stand there and fail your inspection because your bedroom windows don't meet egress, but I will write it in there. It's recommended that you bring your bedroom windows up to code for egress.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You have more?
I have two more. This is about the water system in Queen City Park. Not about my house. This is the radio coverage in structures and buildings. My cell phone doesn't work in the pump house. It's like it just got too much metal in the pump house. How would I check if your radios work?
We would have to do a spot check, on site. We'd have to bring our portables down and make sure they communicate.
Levels of something I don't know how to measure.
Yeah. Yep. No, we do this frequently in new buildings that are going up. We'll test radio signal communication from those buildings, and it may or may not work. We'd have to find out.
I'll call you. This is another one about the pump house. pump house is at the end of Pavilion Avenue and it has a driveway and we usually park on the grass. And this is about fire lanes. How would I create fire lanes along Pavilion Avenue and in the parking lot and the driveway?
That one might be a tough one because that's an existing situation,
Yes.
right? We're not going to take eminent domain kind of thing and try to create a wider road or something like that. I don't remember how far down Pavilion Lane is that,
At the
rough
end.
distance.
It's all the way to the end. It's the last building.
Okay. That'd be a tough one. That would be a site visit. We go look at it. But like I said, we're not going to be taking over people's door yards to make an access to something
It's
that's
a
existing.
one-lane street, so it's
Yep.
a challenge to have a fire lane.
Yep.
Okay, that's it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. All your questions were answered? I guess they were. Good. All your questions were answered? Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the auditorium before I go online? Jerry Silverstein, you have your hand up.
So I was a little bit confused with the bedroom window egress. What did that refer to? I've never heard of that.
Egress windows have to meet a certain size by code. They have to be a certain dimension in width and a certain dimension in height. I can't regurgitate exactly what those are right here sitting with this without the code books in front of me. But by code, windows have to be a certain size, and they have for decades at this point.
If you're going to have a bedroom in that room.
Yes. Yep. Yeah,
Okay, well-
the way the code refers to it is every sleeping area has to have a primary means of egress and a secondary means of escape. And that's what we're referring to by that egress window. That's usually your secondary means of escape.
So my bedroom's on the second floor. I'm not about to jump. I guess, so you're saying if I had to, I'd have to jump out of the window from the second floor as long as it's big enough?
It's not that we're expecting you to jump out the window. We're expecting that when the fire department shows up, we can throw a ladder to that window. if
Oh,
there's enough-
okay,
enough
I
room to
understand.
get out.
I understand. Okay, that works. Now, with regard to the water heaters, so if I replace my water heater, which directly vents to the outside, it's a straight replacement. It doesn't require a permit. It's just a straight replacement. However, if I used an indirect water heater, which would require new electrical connections, that would require a permit. Is that correct?
Yes, you would likely need an electrical permit.
But not under this ordinance. That would come under the next agenda item.
Yeah, right. I understand. But since we were talking about hot water heaters, I figured I'd bring it up. And yeah, I'll wait till we get to the electrical to do the CO and smoke and wireless communications. I'll wait for that.
Great, thanks, Jerry. Anybody else online have any questions? I don't see any hands up. Anybody else have questions? Well, then we'll move to close the public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. So the public hearing on this reading is closed for the Fire Prevention and Protection Ordinance. That is item 7. Item 8 is possible action to adopt a fire prevention and protection ordinance. So is council ready to make a motion on this?
I have a couple questions.
Oh, go ahead. You want to wait for the motion first?
Sure.
Okay.
So I move to pass the proposed amendments to electrical installations ordinance.
Fire prevention.
Oh, did I do that again? I keep going between tabs here. Yeah, I'm foreshadowing. Move to pass the proposed amendments to the fire prevention and protection ordinance. Apologies.
Second,
We have a motion and a second. Now, is there any discussion?
yes. One is a clarification. I'm doing a renovation on a bathroom. It's $20,000. Doesn't touch any electrical because everything's staying the same. We're just doing a new tub and a new toilet and whatever. Doesn't touch the smoke detectors because there's not one in the bathroom. You come in and do an inspection, you see that I've got uninterconnected smoke detectors. What I'm hearing is that you would say, this is not up to code. We have a recommendation that you do something to change it, but you're not required to do that.
Right.
Correct.
That was the clarification. And the second thing that I heard from multiple constituents about this was the $5,000 threshold. Do you know when the $5,000 threshold was was initially proposed as a threshold limit.
So we took that out of that's what the regulation for the planning and zoning department is, that you have to capture a permit, and for consistency was the number we arrived at. And I don't know when that was last updated.
Okay, my guess is it was long before COVID. And construction costs have escalated dramatically. So I think that there is a reasonable argument that has been brought forth to me a number of times that perhaps we should be considering a different limit. Maybe 10,000, maybe 15,000, whatever. But I wouldn't want to stop this from being adopted, but I would encourage that we look at that and consider whether that is a reasonable limit or whether that limit should be raised given the construction environment we're in today. Those are my 2 comments.
Thank you.
I have a question for
Ann?
clarity. I have a question of
Sure, go ahead.
clarity based on your question. Is the $5,000 threshold the same for public buildings as well?
No, any change to a public building requires a permit.
Okay.
Just a question about certificate of occupancy. I'd been under the impression at the first public hearing that even for a single family home, let's say the buyer hires a private inspector and they notice there was maybe some work done that wasn't permitted, that they could then, ask for inspection, and if that's done and in fact it's discovered there was some work that should have been permitted that wasn't, that we would then not issue a CO until that work was permitted. Am I getting that wrong?
I remember a conversation we had.
I would say no, we don't hold up the certificate of occupancy on a single family home. That's because up to this point we've had no jurisdiction. So I'm capturing this correctly, right? So we would say, and that's a agreement between a buyer and a seller. So as long as the buyer is aware of the conditions surrounding it, we would not hold up the sale because of an outstanding violation.
So we have kind of really little enforcement capacity at that point.
So at this point, we have no enforcement action over a single family home. I would say passing the ordinance, we would then.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. With the ordinance in place.
Yeah.
What you're saying, you're getting at is the fact that we couldn't hold up the CO if they found a problem.
Well, I thought with this ordinance in place, we could hold up the CO.
Well, the first question is, does the city issue COs for single-family homes at all?
I think the answer to that is no.
I think so, too.
And we wouldn't trigger a time of sale inspection on a single-family home. So there's been no conversation about doing a time of sale inspection on a single-family home where you would capture that on those violations. It would only going to come on a renovation and or new construction. So so maybe I'm misunderstanding or it's taking me a long while to get where you're going, Andrew. But if it was a new construction and it was not meeting the code, I would say then yes, we would hold up the sale of it. So it took me a while to get there. If it was a new construction and the contractor never put handrails in, we would not allow that to be sold because it has not met the parameters of the code. So on new construction, yes. On a sale between you and I of a home in the city, we're not inspecting that.
Okay, only if it's public, commercial, or rented.
Correct.
Okay.
A quick follow-up on that. Around COs. My understanding is if we're doing inspections on a project, that we will be issuing certificates of occupancy upon completion. Is that correct?
Currently with any new building that we currently have jurisdiction over, they pull the permits. We do all of our inspections at the end of it when they've met the parameters, right? They've met the code. They've built it the way they said they were going to in their permits. We would then issue a certificate of occupancy at the end of it. Now, in some cases, we don't issue a certificate of occupancy because they already have it for the building. If they were just doing some renovations, right, then we usually just issue a certificate of completion to show that, yes, you completed the project that you were permitted.
So you will be issuing a certificate of completion. So there's an opportunity to review and make sure that it's actually been done according. And this still has no jurisdiction over the energy codes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's something for us to address later. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Does passing this or adopting this ordinance install the Housing Board of Review as recommended as being the city council?
Yes, I believe it does. If you look at the ordinance, it says by resolution, the council will appoint a housing board of review. If it does not appoint a housing board of review, the council will act as the housing board of review. So I don't think it requires any additional action.
So that I did ask that question prior to the meeting, and Jared did get back to me, and I think all of us, that I asked the question about conflict of interest. If we are the body that is passing the ordinance, is it a conflict of interest to be the body that is reviewing issues where the ordinance is being violated or violations to that? His feedback was that no, it is not, and we do operate in a quasi judicial capacity in some other instances, but I'm not sure where that happens exclusively as the board. So I'm thinking of like the BCA, things like that, where there are other folks, and I'm not sure the public would perceive it that way or the community would. I think maybe starting out that way. Given that we have had feedback that we're not anticipating a lot of violations to this ordinance, maybe okay, but I also think we should consider reviewing that and maybe including, a couple of counselors, a committee member from the housing committee, and maybe other folks that have sort of a vested interest that are neutral to having adopted the ordinance. And maybe you want to speak to that, Colin.
I can speak to it. I mean, we have talked about that, and then when we looked at it, when we responded to your question, we did not believe it was a conflict of interest for the council to act as the housing board of review. Just because you've passed the ordinance does not mean that you are biased one way or another. You're still going to look at it objectively and still be obligated to look at it objectively to make sure that the order was issued correctly, that the order was in compliance with the codes as required, and the order is actually making the homeowner do something that is required by the code. So you would look at that objectively and without bias. I don't have any doubts. I think the benefit of taking this on initially, perhaps as the city council, with the anticipation that it's not going to be an active role necessarily, because there won't be a lot of hearings before the board, is a good place to start with the council. And if that is something that doesn't work, it can be certainly fluid and allows you to then, if it's not something that's working, to appoint a different entity in the future or create something different in the future. That would allow you the freedom to do that.
Okay. And I think this may have been covered, but in the sale of a home, and we're not talking about new construction, but if there was a private inspection and it was clear there had been some renovations done, a private inspection could generate a review of permits that were filed and work that was completed. And if there wasn't that work done, that could influence that sale, but it wouldn't be it's not a city-driven issue, correct?
That would be correct. And it would likely, if there is some notice to the fire department that, hey, there was a multi-$1,000 renovation that was over $5,000 that was not, a permit was not sought, the fire department might want to go over and take a look at that property.
Okay.
But it would not hold up the sale, and we would not stop the sale for that. But the buyer would likely be aware of that because of the inspection.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? So we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous, and we have passed this fire prevention and protection ordinance. Thank you very much. We're now going to go on to item 9, which is another public hearing. This is for the second reading and public hearing on an electrical installations ordinance.
So thank you again, same team presenting before you. The electrical inspection ordinance is before you with some modifications to a version you passed early in July that allows for the same authority to be incorporated into it, as was incorporated into the fire prevention ordinance that we just discussed. So this ordinance would be, some modifications to this ordinance would allow for the utilization of the authority granted under Vermont statute for housing codes, for municipal housing codes, and incorporates that authority to be applicable to single-family owner-occupied single-family homes with this ordinance. With the same caveats that we just discussed, the statute that we'll be seeking authority to work under requires the creation of a housing board of review and a policy for those instances where residents of a home that are ordered out of their home due to violations, that there is a policy for relocation for those people who are required to be relocated. And at this point, unless there's other questions, we would ask that you open the public hearing and consider the amendments to this ordinance.
I move to read the ordinance by title, electrical installations, and open the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. So now we're in public hearing on this second reading and public hearing on the electrical installations ordinance. Is there any comment from the public in this auditorium on this proposed ordinance? Is there anybody online? Jerry Silverstein, I see your hand up again.
So I have a few questions. So I've asked a number of questions, contacted an electrician. He told me there's a fee for the permit, and I looked at the permit schedule. It's a $75 base, and for doing something like a smoke detector or a CO detector, I think there's a certain number of units there would be another $20. But he also told me after the work is done, he has to return with the inspector to look at the work that was done, and the electrician told me that would be another $100 added to the bill. So my first question is, do I correctly understand that there's the fee for the permit, there's $75 a base, plus depending upon what you do, maybe another $20 or $25, and then after the work is done, the inspector comes, and the electrician said he has to be there, and he said he would charge me another $100 for him being there the second time around. Do I understand that correctly? There would be two fees, a front-end fee and a back-end fee?
I'll take the first part. So certainly you adopted the fee structure. The fee is about $95, as Jerry just describes. It's a $75 base. Then depending on what you're doing, but that is correct. And I'll let Jim, our electrical inspector, answer the second half of that question about requiring the electrician on site during the inspection.
Hi, Jim Shagden, electrical inspector, City of South Burlington. Yes, the electrician would have to be on site to do the inspection. And that's due to what I've had experience with already in inspections, is that a lot of these heads fail. So if I do an inspection and it fails, we want to get it replaced right away, being that's life safety. There's situations where their power is no longer there at the head. So the electrician has to investigate and find out what's going on with it. So that's happened, I don't want to say a lot, but it's happened a few times where the electrician being there, they can address those issues right off and take care of them, so they don't have to come back. So, yes.
Okay, so my second question has to do with replacing CO and smoke detector units. My understanding, my house was built before 1994, so my units do not have to be hardwired. They can be wall mounted. I spoke to the electrician. He said there are combo units which can be wall mounted. So one question I have is, if I have one in every bedroom, one on every floor, and they're all wall mounted, would I still have to have a permit to have that done, even though there's really no electrical work being done? They're all being wall mounted combination units which wirelessly communicate. Would that require a permit?
I think we want to clarify wall mounted.
Okay.
Smoke and CO detectors, I want to say, almost completely universally need to be CO detectors. If it's a standalone CO detector, that can be a plug-in unit on the wall to one of your outlets. A smoke detector has to be where the smoke is, right? Smoke being a hot byproduct of fire will rise to the ceiling. And so a smoke detector has to be mounted near the ceiling. It doesn't have to be on the ceiling, it just needs to be near it. In fact, I think the code says between 4 and 12 inches below the ceiling on the wall is kind of the perfect spot where that needs to be to pick up smoke that's, come across the ceiling and start to come down the wall. So we just want to clarify that smoke detectors need to be up near the ceiling. They can be wall mounted, but they're not going to be a plug-in mount like you would just plug into an outlet. They would require a junction box that they need to mount to with wiring run to that junction box.
Well, what the
John,
electrician
maybe-
showed me is combination units, CO smoke detector combo units, which will wirelessly communicate. And he showed me they can be wall mounted. And I understand that you want the smoke detector portion as high up as possible. I understand that. But the question is, if there's no electrical connections, they're all wall mounted dual units, which are wirelessly communicating, would that still require a permit?
Okay, I understand what you're saying now. You're buying a battery operated wireless unit that has no hardwire plug on the back of it. You're putting that up on the wall.
Correct.
No permit would be required for that because you're not disturbing any electrical circuitry.
Okay, now the second part of that is I have one hardwired dual unit combination CO smoke detector. It won't wirelessly communicate with the other units, so I would have to replace it with one which does wirelessly communicate it. If the electrician took that one out and replaced it with the wirelessly communicating one, would that then trigger a permit requirement?
Likely no, because they're almost all plug and play, and they make adapters now so that if your plug that's in your box doesn't match the new unit, they make an adapter to adapt from the old plug to the new unit.
Okay.
So likely that would not require a permit either.
All right, just want to make sure I understand what's required. Okay, thanks. That's my questions.
Thank you, Jerry. Anybody else online? I don't see any other hands up. And I don't see anybody in the audience who wants to speak during the public hearing. Okay,
So I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
we have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. So now we're at item 9, which is, we're at item 10, which is possible action to adopt an electrical installation ordinance. And if the council doesn't have any other questions, I guess I would ask for a motion.
Move to pass the proposed amendments to the electrical installations ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion
Yeah,
on this?
There is.
just.
Who wants to? Elizabeth gets
No,
to go
let's go
first because
first.
she was last time.
Thank you. First off, if nothing else has become very clear to me, it's that the devil's in the details with these types of ordinances. So a couple of quick things, primarily for the record, is some of the changes in the former ordinance that we just adopted and this current one are really to be in line with minimum housing standards, which is 24 VSA 5003. And one question I asked was, this particular minimum housing standard covers a lot of other areas beyond fire and electrical installations. My understanding, a question was asked that what we're adopting does not go beyond these two areas, and anything that might be considered in the future would have to be part of another public hearing and discussion at council level. That's accurate, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I also understand the electrical installation ordinances under this minimum housing standards are going to be updated next week. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, the state's going to adopt the 2023 code on Wednesday.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then the fire ordinances, the 2021 updates will be adopted by the state sometime soon.
Yes, by Wednesday. By tomorrow, they go into effect.
Okay, and my understanding is also that that fundamentally doesn't change what we're proposing in these two ordinances, that those new minimum housing standards as relates to fire prevention and electrical installations are just modest changes that don't fundamentally change what we're presenting to the public here. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that I guess those weren't a lot of questions. They were clarifications. Thank you.
Andrew.
Yeah, so I just want to go back to my certificate of occupancy question because I realize, I think the discussion we had last time was actually about the electrical ordinance, not the fire safety prevention ordinance. So the electrical ordinance says no building may be sold without first securing a certificate of approval from the electrical inspector. So am I right that for electrical, if say there's a private inspector that says, hey, there was some work done, I don't think there was a permit, we would be able to come in and hold up the sale?
We have not done that. I think it does allow us that opportunity to do that with this by adding this into single family homes.
Okay, and was that intentional to make a difference between the two ordinances or just a byproduct?
I think it's just a byproduct.
It might be useful just to harmonize those things. That's what I was confused in my mind, how these work. Like, it's like one thing you get a CO, the other you don't. So just might be good to harmonize that one way or the other, honestly, right? But just make it consistent.
Lori?
Yeah. So it's a sort of multifaceted question. It's my understanding from our previous conversations that a homeowner can change a light fixture, change out a fan, change out electrical outlets without pulling a permit. It was also my understanding that a homeowner, say I'm doing a renovation or I did a little addition and I took out a permit, I'm doing an addition and it involves some wiring, that as a homeowner I can do that wiring myself, but I can't put it into the panel. Is that still correct?
Correct. Yep.
Yes.
So, and for me to do that wiring, I still have to pull an electrical permit?
Yes.
Yes. So, in the decades of being in the construction industry, I don't remember ever hearing of anybody electrocuting themselves in an electrical panel. And if anybody has the chutzpah to wire a home, wire a circuit, I'm going to make the assumption that they know what they're doing. And you're going to inspect that wiring to make sure that it's the proper gauge wire. If it's a 20 amp circuit, it's got the right gauge wire, etc. And if I've wired my home and I'm ready to get done, there's a good chance an electrician is going to charge me an exorbitant amount of money to put that into the panel. And if the reason I can't put it into the panel is that you're worried about me electrocuting myself, in the 50 years I've been in the business, nobody's electrocuted themselves. So I'm wondering if there is reason to keep it that way, or whether if you're letting me wire, give me the authority to put it in the panel, and if I don't trust myself, I'll get someone else to do it.
Well, the 46 years I've been doing this, I've lost a good friend who got electrocuted working in a panel. Okay. And I have witnessed panels blowing up on people. And these are experienced electricians that should have shut things off, but they, figured they could work it live. So it does happen. I've seen it and witnessed it. So that's why we have that.
But that's happening to experienced electricians, and having been in the field, I've seen a lot of electricians get pretty lazy about things because they're doing it all the time. I think they're much more apt to get electrocuted than somebody who's scared to death of what they're doing and they're paying extra attention.
Could be.
So I if you're letting me wire the building, I could see you say I have to get an electrician to wire the building, period. But if you're letting me wire, but not letting me put it into the panel, it almost negates the permission. So
I think there's also something in the code about breaking the circuit, if I remember right. It was
Correct.
Which we were the two kind of reasons that we stayed away from. But I think for me, at the end of the day, this is a life safety issue, and sometimes we are responsible for keeping people from making bad decisions. And so, in my opinion, I think the parameters we've gave to allow some exemptions are appropriate. And then this, at the end of the day, helps to keep people safe. And I guess I wouldn't budge from our recommendation where I'm at.
So I was watching Ask This Old House last night, and they were doing a bathroom renovation, right, and putting in a washer dryer and had to run a circuit. And I watched the electrician go outside, open the little box, turn off the master switch for the whole house, put it back, take a big padlock, put it in there with a big sign, locked out, tagged out, right?
Yeah.
And then everybody was working in the house with flashlights, so he could go put in and put a new breaker and bring in this new wire for the water heater or something like that. So he knew what he was doing, which is good. Some people don't know what they're doing, and that's why this is an electrical safety issue. So kudos to you for being confident to be able to do it yourself, but I'm sure there's some people that shouldn't be doing it. Ann?
With my 50 plus years of changing light bulbs, I have a.
And you haven't electrocuted yourself.
I have not electrocuted myself. I have a question. Are these requirements of any other housing units currently? People are concerned about these electrical ordinance to single-family homes. Are these standards?
So they're standard right now for everything but single-family homes. So if it's
So they're standards for 60% of the housing in South Burlington. And so what this will do will bring the other 40% of the housing in South Burlington on a somewhat equal playing field for safety.
It's about 50-50, but yes. It's about 50-50, but yes.
Okay.
So we have a motion. And we have a
Clearly, I
second.
can't rely on Google.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. This is an area that I think Steve put it well. And I asked Jim this before the meeting started, sort of what are we trying to, what has he seen that he's trying to prevent, and what do we anticipate that, that this ordinance would provide that level of safety. And I've come to the conclusion, despite the details and despite having paid extraordinary electrician bills for what seems to be pretty modest work, that even I felt competent looking at a YouTube video and trying to attempt on my own. I think this is the right thing to do. I do think we will run into situations that, as we hope people will do in upgrading their homes that may be out of code, that there may be some incurrence of extraordinary expenses that will come forward. And I think we heard one community member speak a couple of meetings ago, which was largely related to, once you start a project on an older property, you can start to uncover other areas that may fall outside of code, and it becomes a snowball effect. And our goal isn't to put people out of their homes, but it is to set a standard for safety that, with new construction and multi-housing, which already exists, or multifamily housing, that as projects come on stream, that we do anticipate that. So I appreciate all the feedback and the education that you folks have provided. And what I would like to see is, some kind of monitoring, whether it's twice a year or annually, just see what permits are being drawn against these ordinances.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Anybody else? Well, you ready for the vote? All those in favor say aye.
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 It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For all the hours you put into these ordinances. And I just want to say, since 2016, I was so surprised to hear that we weren't inspecting new construction single-family homes. And I have made it a priority for years and years to try and get this through. And it's finally happened. So thank you very much. I think this is a good thing for the whole community. I know we're not building a lot of single-family homes right now, but they do come. And I think everybody deserves equal protection for fire and electrical safety, right? And someday for energy inspection as well. So we'll get there someday. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 11, which is receive a briefing on efforts to promote community safety in City Center. Jesse Baker and Bill Bro, the Chief of Police.
So, while the chief comes down, this is really meant to be a follow-up from your listening session on October 6th. we want to, the chief and I have spent, the chief much more than I, but together have spent a lot of time in conversation with the school leadership, with the principal and superintendent and members of the community. Whitney is here again, I see. Talking through some of these issues and trying to be responsive. We've prepared a written summary for you that's attached to your packet that we've also shared with the school board from the legal team and from planning and zoning and from the chief. So we weren't intending to walk through that today, but answer any questions you may have. And certainly if you have global comments you'd like to make, the chief is here to answer those things.
Good evening, Chief Burrow.
Good evening.
Thanks for coming. I guess, so do you want to just go have an informal discussion, or would the public benefit from seeing the report, or we've all read the report that came with the agenda?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to read through it.
Yeah.
I think this is an ongoing conversation that we
Right.
are having in partnership with the school district leadership. Again, huge thanks for the shift in tone and leadership recently. There are lots of short, medium, and long-term efforts that are underway. We don't have any needs from you right now. We will continue to communicate and be in partnership. We can answer any questions about these things if you want. We can talk through them, but I don't think that's the best use of time.
Yeah, I understand. I guess one of the things that was said at one of those sessions was, why hasn't the city given permits to the school to do certain things to their forest? And is there a misunderstanding there on the part of the public about what permits might be needed for how they want to manage their property where it's wooded? And can we clarify that quickly for the public?
You don't want to answer planning and zoning questions, Chief? The one night Paul Connor said, "Do you need me tonight?" And I said, "No, take the night off."
You could have used it for this too.
So I don't know if there's a misunderstanding. The way the property is currently permitted, there is what Paul calls a kind of bubble forest on the site plan for the Rick Marcotte School. So what that means is they are allowed to maintain that forest. They are allowed to do regular maintenance of it. They are allowed to maintain sight lines, but it needs to stay a forest. They can always come in for a permit amendment to change that. And we, our planning and zoning staff and our arborist are happy to support them in talking about how to maintain the forest over time. I think my understanding of what happened in the past is that Barrett's tree, this is going way back, and as you've heard me say before, I'm not a huge fan of going back over the last 3 years and pointing fingers. I would rather move forward. I think what may have happened, and maybe Whitney can share another experience, is folks hired Barrett's trees to come in and do something. They did not contact us. We did not have a permit for us. We went out and asked the question of what was happening, our enforcement staff, and that created a tension rather than a partnership over, this is what we'd like to do, this is what we're doing on next Tuesday, FYI, great, thanks for letting us know, all things are fine. I think that's the history of what happened. Certainly they can do regular maintenance of a forest, as not me, but some of us do on our properties.
That includes cutting underbrush?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that clarification.
Can I clarify or add a question to that? There was some discussion when I walked the property with the superintendent and others about extending the chain link fence that's on the side of the playing fields into the wooded area that to fence off the property that belongs to the school.
To move it back?
Yeah, to move it, to
whole
really
thing.
define the boundaries of the school-owned property. And then also the notion of cleaning the area enough so that area, address some of the encampment issues that may have occurred there over the years, but also make that more usable for school recreation like cross-country skiing, which they have used that property historically in the past, but some of it's very inaccessible with the underbrush. So what would be the requirements to do those things and comply with city ordinances? I mean, obviously fencing, which
fencing, a fence permit, which the fence permit that the superintendent prioritized has been issued. If they wanted to adjust the size of the forest, I think that would also need to be done through permits. And first and foremost is, we try really hard not to plan what will happen on the city tries really hard to not plan what will happen on the school property. So if the school is interested in doing all of that, we would love to sit down with them and our planning and zoning staff and figure out a expedient path forward in that. I do also just want to remind folks, because the chief and I talked to the superintendent about this when we did our tour, is that back forest is primarily the Rick Marcotte school. It is also a stormwater pond, and it is also where Garden Street will extend through to Williston Road. So that capital project that is in right of way now and scheduled for construction in 26 and 27, nothing is happening to the school portion of that forest, but that whole area will become a main thoroughfare in our city, much like the other end of Garden Street has been. So lots more sight lines, activity, vibrancy, eyes on, things like that.
Did you want to talk about policy changes at all?
Yes, I would. I know in the memo that went out, there was a recommendation about council maybe updating section 5.4 to further define critical areas, and that would complement what is discussed in policy, or I forgot what, not policy. That was 7.0. Sorry.
You're talking about the encampment policy?
Yes, specific to encampment. So that is that encampment policy. So 5.0, 5.4, and 7.0. But I did have a question that maybe Chief Bro, you can speak to, which is really around, given the intent that we have and that the community is supporting with the density in city center and the priority for housing in this area, the future growth expectations, the vibrancy expectations, would it make sense, and I know this could be a controversial discussion, but I think it's worth having, but a definitive policy supporting this specific area that is in development, where we know there's proximity to a school, there's an intent to have several green spaces that exist right now and that will exist in the future, but a policy specific to really no tolerance for encampments in an area that we are growing and intend to grow and have made significant investments in.
Sure. So I have a few comments on that. My concern about any regulation or city ordinance that's specific to one section of the city or one location specific, I think the concern that I have in my experience, I've seen this happen, is the unintended consequences of simply moving that to another part of the city. So my recommendation would be, if you do that, and that is one thing that I'm currently working through, and my hope is in the next few months to come back with more robust recommendations for the council on this issue and other quality of life concerns, not just in this area, but citywide. If you do a ordinance, my recommendation would be do it citywide. Don't just do it location-wise, because as we're seeing what's happening in Burlington, where they clean up one park and are simply moving problems to another park, I think people that are camping, we're already kind of moving them around. As we move them from one area, we're finding the same people in other areas. So I at this point, I'm not confident saying that an ordinance is needed. I think the policy as it's written provides us enough leeway, the police department enough enforcement action to move those people. We are treating any area around a school as a critical area. Any school, any daycare, any educational facility, any park, anywhere where children may congregate, and in the last few weeks have taken a different approach with those any camps that we find in those areas and moving them essentially immediately and prioritizing cleaning up those areas. So I think the current policy, long way to answer your question, I think the current policy gives us enough enforcement ability, and we are doing that. We need people to report camps to us, and keep in mind we may know of a camp today and deal with it, and there may be another one tomorrow. So, as of today, I can tell you where the camps are or what we're dealing with, but that will change next week. But people reporting that, so we know we have that. We've also made some changes internally on how we're tracking camps, how they're being processed in the police department to one point of contact, so we can make sure that if an officer on evening shift deals with a camp and then he happens to be on or she happens to be on 3 consecutive days off, it's not waiting around. That we'll continue to follow up on these things. So I to answer your question, I think the policy as it's written, although I think there's a little bit of a conflict where we could describe the same things in 2 sections better, I think it does give us enough enforcement ability. My concern about a specific ordinance to one area is that we would simply push the problem, create another problem inadvertently, and push the problem to another area. We wouldn't have that enforcement ability.
Andrew?
So I do have a number of questions and comments, and I was going to start in a slightly different place, but I'll follow up on this topic first. So when and thank you for your comments, Chief Brolt. When I look at the policy, it talks about what we would prioritize for removal. It doesn't talk about parks. It talks about schools and playgrounds. You mentioned parks, and I'm wondering whether we should add parks into 7.2, consistent with what you're articulating, because that does seem to me something that's missing from from the policy. Then further to that, it goes on to say that even for those sensitive areas, schools, playgrounds, cemeteries, in the event shelters are at capacity, we won't notice campsites for removal. Are shelters at capacity? And if so, how are we wrestling with that? What are we doing?
So shelters, as of right now, aren't necessarily at capacity. As the cold weather comes upon us, they certainly will be, probably sooner than later. There are other emergency things in place that these people may or may not qualify for, such as emergency sheltering in a hotel. Those are things we'll have to work through. We are working hard to also work with our outreach staff to bring them directly to these campsites as soon as we recognize them, to start that process. That is something that is in the policy, that we do need to treat people with humanity and make sure they have some level of shelter. Most of these folks are pretty resourceful, and I hate to say this, but when we move them away from these areas, they simply may be moving to other areas.
But maybe less visible.
Less visible, correct.
Right. I mean,
and maybe not.
The comment you made also about not focusing on particular areas. I mean, City Hall is maybe a place where people will tend to congregate because there's heat and water and bathrooms. And so if we would have a policy that says, look, around here, we're going to be more strict, maybe we wouldn't see folks moving to other places of the city that are not as conducive for living there. But I guess, so with those 2 questions, I'm wondering whether we need to update, modify 7.2 to include parks, and maybe adjust the provision which says we won't do anything, right, if there's no emergency shelter, acknowledging that there's other solutions that are potentially available, right? So not tie our hands up the way this policy currently does seem to tie our hands. I'd want to have a conversation about making those 2 adjustments. Okay, so that's one point. The second thing is and thank you for the memo. The memo talks about how around schools, the state statute already has enhanced penalties for some drug activity. And then the memo further goes on to say that kind of drug-free zones maybe don't work. But I'm confused about what does a drug-free zone mean beyond the enhanced penalties that the state has provided? Like what would we do? What could we do in addition beyond the state penalties if we wanted to do? Like what does the drug-free zone entail?
So, my understanding, and keep in mind I've been in the state for 4 weeks. My understanding is that we really can't do anything because it's part of the criminal statute. It would take legislation at the state level to change that. The drug-free zone is it enhanced penalties for people who are selling drugs to minors on school property. It doesn't enhance any penalties for people in possession of drugs on school property, only people that were selling to minors. So even if two adults are selling drugs, one adult selling drugs to another adult, there's no enhanced penalty. It's against the law, but there's no enhanced penalty. Same with possession of drug paraphernalia. It's only enhanced penalty if you sell paraphernalia to a minor.
So would a drug-free zone enhance penalties for possession or enhance penalties for transactions between adults? Is that what a drug-free zone means?
It potentially could.
Okay.
Under the current state statute, no.
No, I'm saying because the memo says, we kind of says, talks about should we designate a drug-free zone, right? And says no, but I'm just confused what that means. That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, what is a drug-free zone, what would it entail? And it sounds like it would just be enhanced penalties for other things.
I think every state considers a drug-free zone something slightly different depending on their laws. The state of Vermont, under the current statutes, drug-free zone refers to enhanced penalties if you commit certain drug offenses within that zone. The only thing the state of Vermont enhances is sale of drugs by an adult to a minor.
So, like, we have in effect a limited drug-free zone.
So,
the state
Colin,
statute?
you may want to come down for some of this.
Is that?
So,
I'm just trying to understand what it
time
means.
out for a sec. I don't think if we wanted to adopt a drug-free zone, I think it would be education promotion. I don't think we would have the right, without a state statute change, to change the criminality of possession, use, anything within a school zone.
Okay.
So we don't have that local authority right now.
I would just add that illegal drugs are illegal everywhere. So they're illegal on schools, they're illegal not on school property. So a drug-free zone is technically everywhere in the state where the state has deemed illegal drugs to be illegal. We could always pass a civil ordinance or a criminal ordinance. We have no criminal ordinances right now, but there are already state statutes that prohibit these drugs, list what is legal and list what isn't. So that already exists.
No, it's great. And look, the reason I'm asking these questions is because we've had constituents ask us to put in place a drug-free zone, and I just want to clarify what that means and what we have and what we don't have. And so for the public, it sounds like we in effect already have one, right? Drugs are illegal. There are enhanced penalties on the state statute for certain drug transactions. We have the authority to enforce those enhanced penalties, and doing anything more would be a gigantic lift for the city because we don't have the power to do that. That's kind of the state of play? Okay.
Can I clarify? I think it's very clear the state statute on sale of drugs or paraphernalia to minors, but aren't there enhanced penalties of sale of drugs in proximity to a school? I thought I read that in there, but I may be wrong.
I believe it's adjacent to.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yes, there are the enhancements do apply to sales that occur adjacent and properties that are adjacent to schools as well.
What does adjacent mean?
I can't recite it off the top of my head, but the statute does provide a definition of what adjacent means.
So maybe just a broader comment, and we can continue this discussion, I think, because it is a long discussion, but I'm wondering, Chief, in your mind, how perhaps, enhancing enforcement of some of the activity we've seen around city center in terms of drugs, homelessness, how that relates, if at all, to the issues that, people have been concerned about, the increased shoplifting, break-ins, Do these issues relate to each other, and how do we address them all together?
Yes, I believe they do, certainly. That is what I am currently, again, I apologize, but it's been, four very hectic weeks. That is something that, I hope to, in the next couple months, bring back a more robust plan on how we can deal with all of these criminal actions and quality of life crimes that are not just affecting city center but the entire city, and how we can do that legally, the process. So it's going to take some work on the city attorney as well, the process to get those things in place. There's definitely a nexus. There's no doubt about that. I think I do have some ideas on how we can do that. I also want to make sure that we're leveraging what we already have in place with our criminal justice center, and looking at ensuring that not only are we addressing the criminal behavior or the behavior itself, but that we're doing everything we can to prevent it from happening in the future, right? So how do we connect people with the right resources? How do we put the right things in place? We can pass an ordinance on a whole bunch of things, and we may address the immediate problem, but we're just going to continue to be very responsive. I want to provide you in the next few months a more robust plan that not only addresses the issues that we're dealing with, but also how do we prevent these and hook people up with services, and how do we do that in a more thoughtful way than just simply passing an ordinance.
That's great. Thank you so much. I look forward to that further conversation.
Can I add just a few points on that? I think one, while the chief is being humble that he's been here for less than 30 days in this role, this was actually something that he was bringing to me before October 6th of we really need to be thinking about Dorset Street and City Center and what's going on and what is your team actively doing now. Like, this is already something that he initially identified as a challenge before his swearing in, before he was here. I also just want to acknowledge that Acting Chief Briscoe did really jump on this incident very quickly. We've had huge partnership. We've hugely increased foot patrols. It will be interesting to see what happens with the governor's 14-point plan in Burlington. I think all of these things are conversations we need time to continue to understand the impacts of, to research what the legality is, and really bring to you a full package of options for you to consider. And I hope to do that in partnership with the Rick Marcotte school community and the superintendent's office. We want to do this in conjunction, but also realize that we have other elementary schools in the city, with a focus on Shelburne Road, what happens at Orchard, not be certainly protect the investment we've made in City Center, but also think about how when we take on these actions in the future, what that, as the chief says, what that ripple effect other places in the community that we're trying to invest in may happen. So this is very much in progress, and why this is just really meant to be an update on the conversations we're having, not necessarily an action plan for tonight.
As it's an update, does it make sense to have a regular schedule of updates, as this is an ongoing conversation? I mean, I'm thinking, one, I don't want to put additional pressure or reports that are not needed. And I'm aware that the community is very engaged in this and wonders what the city, what the police, and what city council is doing about it. And I just didn't know whether, as a work in progress.
Well, the question is, how is the school communicating this work to their community?
So,
Are they? Do we know?
So I think the principal is online. I don't necessarily want to put her on the spot, but she is here. Maybe I will see if she would like to come over and join us as a panelist. The communication that I have seen is that the superintendent and the principal are doing a lot of work to communicate to the school. Those of you who are involved in the school district may have more inside information. I'm getting some thumbs up from folks. So I do think that that work is happening. I guess, Ian, to your point, what I would request is let us figure out when are the right times to bring updates, whether it's public safety project planning or a request from the principal or an update to the community. Let us not put a timeline that's not going to make logical sense on that. Hello, principal. I'm sorry to call you forward like that.
That's fine. Good evening, everybody. Mr. Barrett, to answer your question, we have newsletters that regularly have updates about school safety. We talk about school safety at our PTO meetings monthly. I recently attended a meeting at the city with Jesse, 2 parents, and the chief to discuss more ideas about what we can do to be proactive and how we can communicate and take action on all of these safety items. The school board meeting will have an update provided. Superintendent Joe Clark is, he asked me for some notes. So on Wednesday night, the school board will be updated as well. So there's a lot of communication about this. This is a very important concern, and we're trying to be proactive as citizens, parents and teachers, and even students alike. So there's a lot of communication. If you would like to receive the school newsletter called the Moose Memo, I'd be happy to send you that.
Thank you, Lisa. I just want to say that, prior to a very serious medical event that occurred to a student on the Marcotte property, right, that some aspects of school safety on those school properties has not been on city council radar for the last 2 years. It was not brought up in previous engagements, especially in city and leadership meetings. But because of this incident, right, it has really focused the energy of the city manager and the chief of police and the school superintendent and others to look at the city center area and scrutinize it heavily for safety of the children that attend the schools in South Burlington. I just want to emphasize the fact that time and effort has gone in to look at all the situations and the aspects of the school safety. And so that I feel like the city is doing its share to try and assure parents that we do care about all these kids and their safety. And so does the district. And we're willing to work with the school however it's needed to bring this forward. All right. I just want to make that point, right? Because if there are any parents out there that think that's not happening, it is happening. And I'm sure that the school is taking care to communicate it as well. Thank you.
May I?
Sure.
Principal, I'm Ann Pugh, and I haven't had a student in the school for, I don't know, 25 years. So I don't get the parent newsletters. And so I, as an individual, would love to get those communications on a regular basis. As also someone who lives in an area where there are not tons of kids in school, however, the neighbors are very concerned about what they're reading and what they're hearing about. And I wonder what might be different avenues in addition to someone reading the school board minutes who wouldn't be. Are there other ways of letting the 70% of the residents who don't have someone in school, how to let them know the steps that the school is doing to protect their children, their grandchildren?
So if I can interject in this, Lisa, I will send you the emails for the city council so they can be added to your news memo. I also think the school, as well as having a new superintendent, also has a new communications person. That person was very proactive in reaching out to Andy to cross-promote messaging. I think we're seeing that a little more already. There's certainly more we could do on that. And I think your request, Ann, is better suited for us in partnership with the school district to think about how we work together to tell a shared message about safety in our communities using what's happening in the school buildings to promote it in promotion out through the city bulletin, and cross promoting back to, because our while our constituents are exactly the same constituents, are who we have access to in the community is slightly different. So we really need to be sending the same messages to both in order to reach the most South Burlington residents. So I think that's more a task for us to take on in partnership with Lissa than Lissa to take on.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarity.
Lori?
So I have three comments, and the first one is in relationship to the last thing Andrew was talking about. How do we deal with some of these issues? And I think that some of the things that have happened on a state level recently give us more tools than we have had, and can help address some of the recidivism issues, which can be greatly helpful. And I really look forward to hearing your thoughts on this, Chief Bro, as we move forward. And the incident that happened on Marcotte really has sort of culminated a growing concern that's been happening over quite a period of time. And Superintendent McDonald, Chief Bro, and Jesse, I see a response to this that is really different and really exciting. And sitting here in the city council, I know about it and I hear it, and it's really exciting. It's the same kind of thing that I said about our council conversation. I hear this conversation and I am deeply grateful. And I wish that everybody in our community could have access to this so that they know. And I know that the video is out there and anybody can go look at it. But to your point, Jesse, I think having collaboration between the school and the city to really put this out there is really important. And to show that I think there's a concern that, well, we were complacent and now we're acting, and is it going to stick around, or is this just a flash in the pan? I don't think it is. And I think that we need to really consistently message it so that the community knows what's happened. And the last point I wanted to make is, and I did it a little bit already, but the response that's happened since the incident at Rick Marcotte has been, in my mind, exceptional. And that goes to everybody, and it speaks to a level of collaboration between the school and the city that we have talked about that I haven't seen happening the way I would like it to. And I'm deeply grateful, and I hope that this is the beginning of a new way of working together. So, new chief, new superintendent, I'm really grateful for what's happening. So I wanted to make sure everybody knows that. Thank you.
Thanks, Laurie. Elizabeth?
Yeah, I mean, first it goes without saying, or maybe I should say it, is this, some of my comments are not without compassion for those that find themselves homeless. This question may be to Jesse and to Colin, but are there any benchmarks around interim ordinances that could serve, I thought about your comment, Jesse, that could serve as a pilot for the city going forward, like for other areas? Because I do think about the community's investment in city center, and in terms of economic development, existing businesses, that housing density we have here now, the school, the transportation corridor that's on Market Street now. There seem to be a lot of reasons to consider focusing in this area. And again, is there a benchmark of an interim ordinance that really helps move the city forward in that regard that could serve as a pilot for other areas. And again, we have new information. We have what's going on with the 14-point plan, but we also have past information of neglecting to address this can result in a growing issue that is hard to come out from. And we're in a stage where we don't have the we need city center to deliver on the vision that we promised the community. And I can't help but ask the question, is there a way that an interim ordinance would firm that up? And this is specific to encampments primarily, but I just asked the question.
So I'm going to respond in probably some ways that aren't very satisfactory to you. Apologies. I don't know if there's a benchmark encampment ordinance. What I do know, one of the things we're working on through this conversation is we adopted the encampment policy in reaction to ACLU and other lawsuits that had happened in our region around the legality of camping. And it has been in place for a while. Since then, but before this incident, the Supreme Court also issued different decisions about the legality of camping. So we are actively looking at the legality of what our options are around that, and it is a very nascent conversation in our country about how you balance taking care of taking care of our most vulnerable young neighbors and taking care of our most vulnerable all neighbors. So I think that's legal research that's underway that we're trying to explore. I think the other thing that the chief shared with me today is some really interesting data about crime and activity in city center and in the city. And I think that that is data that we should put out there and share, because I think you read numbers to me, and so I'm regurgitating back, so correct me if I say something wrong, is that the criminality in city center is actually lower than in the rest of the city. And I don't mean to say that to minimize what happened on the Rick Marcotte campus at all. But I think as we think about how we grow city center and create momentum around city center and invite businesses and residents into a vibrant downtown, we do need to be careful about the story we tell about city center. And is that based in the data of what we're seeing on the streets, or is that based on perceived a sense of safety, which is very real, and I'm not minimizing that. But I think we need to hold both of those things at the same time. Do we want to stick something, like stick with that was a terrible pun. Oh my goodness. Can we reverse that? Travis, can you edit that out of the video? Meaning carrot and sticks. Do we want to regulate something with an ordinance, or do we want to address it through the operations of the police department and education and communication and other vibrancy efforts in city center? And as we're going down those parallel paths, what's the parallel path of the legal analysis about what's actually feasible through ordinances around encampments?
Can I clarify that? Did that data include University Mall?
The data that I had pulled, it compares the city to everything with just this general area, Market Street, Garden Street.
Yeah, it would be good at some point if we're going to communicate that data to be realistic about a broader area. Sure. I guess this is the question, would it make sense at a minimum to consider aligning 7.0 and 5.4 in terms of identifying the critical areas, or should we wait for a recommendation there? Because I think we have been trying to align policies throughout all of our city ordinances and so forth in the past, and that seems like it would be a no-brainer from my perspective.
I think we don't think you need it. If it is something that if it's something that you all would like us to do, it certainly won't hurt our ability to enforce anything. And we could add parks in at the same time.
I personally don't think that's the thing that needs to be changed. I think we need to amplify 7.2 and modify 7.2.1. I think 5.4 is fine. It kind of goes to a different thing. Immediate hazardous is a kind of different concept, honestly. I think we should focus on making sure 7.2 says what we think it needs to say, because I don't think it does
I don't
quite
disagree
yet.
with that.
And then also make sure 7.2.1 reflects our actual operating policy and reflects all of our actual options, because the way it reads now, and maybe not in practice, the way it reads, it's very tight and kind of constricting.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I have interpreted, and I've taken some liberties, I guess, with interpreting playgrounds as being critical. My interpretation is the goal of this, the intent is to keep children safe. So anywhere there's a congregation of children, to include playgrounds, I think is the
Chief,
reasonable.
I'm sorry, could you speak up?
I'm sorry. I have interpreted I have interpreted that section to the intent to be to keep children safe. So anywhere there's kids that congregate, to include parks, playgrounds, is the same to me. Means the same, has the same intent as a educational facility or school. Whether it's a playground on school property or a playground in a park, I think it means the same. That's the intent. That's the instruction I've given the officers, is we will deal with those under that section, even though the section doesn't specifically say.
I mean, I'm a little thinking of Goose Park. You know, there may not be a playground there, but it seems to me that's probably an area that warrants heightened, should be prioritized.
So what I'm hearing from the chief, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm hearing that he doesn't feel like his hands are too tied with the way things are written right now. And he's planning to come back to us with recommendations. So I'm feeling personally comfortable with, unless you came to us saying, I really want this changed because I need it to be able to do what I would like to accomplish, I'm comfortable with holding and hearing the recommendations that you're coming forward with and making comprehensive changes when we see the direction that you're recommending to us.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds like what we're doing as an operational matter is interpreting this policy very liberally, which is, I think, appropriate in this situation. But having said that, I think we should amend it to our actual operating process in due course.
I would just add that I think as we've worked through this policy, I think I've used this term already tonight, but it is always fluid, and it is ripe for adjustment as needs change and practices change as we move forward into the future. Would point out, just in terms of parks, we do have a park ordinance which prohibits camping in parks. So that is a priority that we've already identified that's not included in here, but I think the section you're talking about, section 7.2, just lists the relative priority by which campsites will be removed. It doesn't indicate that these are the areas that campsites will only be removed. The other sections of the ordinance just require that we provide notice, the notice that's required before we remove a campsite. And that's what this policy has been used for.
So is council satisfied that the chief's going to come back in some time? It's like weeks, right? with
Not next week.
with maybe some proposals on changes, and we'll review those then. Comfortable with that?
I'm okay with that. I've been silent. I guess I'm probably more on the side right now of leaving it to the experts, which is the two of the three of you and all, to figure out. And I hesitate about being too specific in the ordinance, because we really don't want to spend our time changing ordinances when the issues of the day shift and when the type of problems or where they are shift. And what I've been hearing from the chief is that the way it's written right now gives your officers the flexibility, the ability to respond and to go to different places. And I'll just say right now, I would have to be seriously persuaded to move this from a policy to an ordinance, because policies we can, if I understand correctly, we can be more flexible in terms of changing, and ordinances require a whole larger process.
I think we've just been talking about adjusting the policy.
We're not talking about making an ordinance, just adjusting policy. So,
I got one last comment.
is this the last one?
This is the last one. I just want to say to the chief and to the superintendent, for the amount of time that you guys have been on the job, I am incredibly impressed with the way you've risen to the occasion on some hot topics, and I'm thrilled that you're both here.
Thanks, Lori. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak right now? Peter, come on down. If you're online and you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. And remember to identify yourself.
Peter Taylor. I'll be quick. This follows up on a comment Andrew made. It has to do with section 7.2.1. The first sentence, I would recommend that it be removed because basically it says you won't remove a campsite from those areas. And in my mind, that ties your hands. So I don't know where the flexibility is there. So that's all I really wanted to say. That's heartless, but I don't think it is because those are areas of concern and you've expressed why we need to be concerned about many areas in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Anybody else in the auditorium want to speak? Anybody online? I don't see any hands raised. All right. So thanks very much for coming tonight. Appreciate it. We'll hear from you in the future. It's 8:30. Do we need a break?
Quick one.
Yes.
Quick break. Okay. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, folks.
Chief Bro is also staying for CJC.
Oh, stick around. Go. We don't have all night. Well, actually, we do.
We do.
We do. But this isn't Burlington. We're not staying past 1 a.m. Not a minute past. And we only have 5 counselors, so we keep our comments pretty short sometimes.
I think we need 9.
No. Not tonight. Yeah.
At least 7.
Well,
Maybe 12.
It'll take 3 hours by itself. All right, so welcome back, everybody. We're going to resume with item 12, which is receive a presentation on the Rick Marcotte Central School Circulation Study with Erica Toll, who's the Deputy Director of Public Works for Capital Projects, and Karen Sentoff from VHB. Good evening. Welcome. Thanks for coming.
Good evening. I'm Erica Toll, using my new name now. I'm the Deputy Director of Capital Projects at Public Works. I'm going to give you a brief introduction, just why we're here, how we got here, and then I'll pass it off to Karen to actually go through what has been happening related to this study. So last fall, winter time period, we were asked by council to look into more detail around Rick Marcotte School, especially the intersection of Marcotte and Attilio. There had been some concerns raised about traffic circulation and congestion in that area, making sure that kids could walk and bike safely to school. So a lot of those things coming together. And so we contracted with VHB last November to work on this study. We have been doing a variety of types of public input and have gone through a number of alternatives. And so this is, tonight we're here to present the draft report. And so following this discussion here, we will finalize this report with recommendations and move forward from there. So I will pass it off to Karen to walk us through the study.
Thanks, Erica. So we conducted a circulation study at Rick Marcotte, and really the crux of this was thinking about this environment and sort of the circulation patterns, particularly at the most congested times, at arrival and departure times for kiddos on campus. Thinking about those in terms of the environment and sort of the evolution of city center and sort of the changing environment that some of those traffic patterns and travel patterns have in that sort of changing landscape. So really recognizing that this is our downtown school and has sort of this evolving landscape around it. And so really trying to strategize and think about not just some of the challenges that they were having in the moment that we came on board to help look at this, but also thinking forward to some of the changes and connections that will be made to this area, and really thinking strategically about how to evolve those sort of connections and make sure that particularly kiddos, sort of some of our most vulnerable folks in our community, are finding those safe ways to get to and from school. And this does not want to advance for some reason. Here we go. All right, I'll skip over the agenda, but we will go through some of the existing conditions that we observed, look at those alternatives that Erica had mentioned, touch on a few things that were sort of ideas that bubbled up but didn't ultimately advance, and then just have a little bit of discussion on our findings here. Just want to acknowledge my co-conspirator here, Evan Hoff, who couldn't be here this evening. He was really spearheading this effort from the VHB side of things. Obviously, Erica and Tom were involved from the city's perspective, and then want to acknowledge, I know Lissa is on the partnership with the school community in some of the engagement, and Lissa has been an awesome partner through this, and just understanding sort of the intricacies of how this all works as folks are coming onto and off of campus every day. A quick overview of sort of the work that we were conducting through this process. As Erica mentioned, we kicked off this project late last year. We spent a little bit of time at sort of arrival and departure times for the school community, just to understand the sort of comings and goings and how folks are accessing school property, and trying to learn as much as we could about how that works for this particular school community. We did have a local concerns meeting with the PTO, just to again dig in and understand some of that, some of those logistics, and then developed conceptual alternatives. Like I said, there were a lot of ideas that had already bubbled up. There were some particular challenges and sort of constraints that folks were working through as construction was happening, and some of these other elements were in place in the environment sort of immediately surrounding the school. And so definitely digging into some of those and just recognizing some of those ideas bubbled up and maybe weren't the right ideas to advance, but then others that had some weight and could carry forward. We refined those alternatives and got some input both from the school community, and we did have the opportunity to talk with the Bike PEG committee a couple of weeks ago, and then wrapping that up into a draft report that I believe is in front of you, and you have an opportunity to weigh in on. So just a little bit about the existing conditions and sort of the circulation pattern on campus, and then sort of in the immediate sort of vicinity. So recognizing that there, even through the course of this process, there have been some changes and some evolution that's occurred. Certainly there's been some construction that was ongoing and is now completed. There are some circulation patterns on the campus that have also shifted and changed a little bit. So this has been actually updated through the course of this work to reflect the sort of current pattern that's in place for this school year as of this fall. So bus drop-off is now in sort of the leftmost circulation ring there, and parent drop-off and pickup occurs primarily in that first loop that's available for folks coming off of Detilio Drive. There is a crossing guard available at the Detilio Drive and Market Street intersection. We did observe sort of those patterns and what was happening there through sort of an, again, evolving landscape around that intersection. And just acknowledging, some of the traffic patterns and digging into some of the details there in terms of, that the appropriateness of the traffic control that's out there today. Recognizing that, the circulation pattern right now really is hinging on a single entry and exit point via Detilio Drive from Market Street for the school community. And then there are 6 school bus routes that serve this school, 4 that are coming to and going from sort of the Heinsberg Road end of Market Street, and then 2 that are bound for and coming from the Dorset side, the street side. And like I said, evolving landscape, so just want to acknowledge some of the sort of moving parts that are in this area. You all are familiar with a lot of these moving parts, but just to sort of acknowledge some of the things that have been completed through the course of this process. So the Mary Street sidewalk connection, recognizing that facility sort of adjacent to campus on the west side. The boardwalk connection through City Center Park, that completion and sort of the connection that serves for a lot of the school community. The Garden Street shared use path, another one that acknowledging that connection, and then a number of signal timing improvements and sort of the further outlying areas that are, you know, all sort of part and parcel to the comings and goings for the school community.
I'm going to jump in on one quick thing just because I did not catch it before. On number 2, there should be a very nearly in front of complete. It is very, very close. It is paved now, the section of Garden Street, and then City Center Park is in progress, but moving along as we have planned. So just wanted to make sure that on the record.
And then just recognizing some of these other connections that are coming online, and really trying to be thoughtful about looking ahead and thinking about those connections and what that's going to mean for access to and from the school. So the Garden Street extension to Midas Drive, recognizing that connection, the Williston Road shared use path, which is anticipated for the south side of Williston Road and going sort of right along the frontage of the school campus on that side. And then certainly the upgrades and to Patchen Road, Williston Road, and the White Street intersection realignment. So recognizing there's lots of different access points that you know, folks coming to and from the school are going to be utilizing, and those changes that are afoot for some of those connections. So first, we'll go through some of the proposed alternatives that bubbled up as our recommended set of alternatives coming out of this process, and then again we'll touch on some of the ideas that bubbled up and ultimately, you know, were not recommended to advance. So the sidewalk to Mary Street, recognizing that new sidewalk connection, the sort of desire line and path of least resistance that it's anticipated folks are going to use with that connecting facility would be along the Allard Square access behind their parcel there. So recognizing that, you know, the recommendation here is to create a sidewalk connection to serve sort of that desire line and that new connection into the city center area. You know, this would involve, you know, construction of a sidewalk, but most importantly, would require easement from Allard Square, that is their parcel, through that section, and their driveway, along their driveway. The second proposed recommended alternative acknowledges some of the circulation pattern, particularly now for the bus loop. So that's that sort of most western loop serving the buses at arrival and departure times. So recognizing sort of some of the challenges with just that single access point, really thinking through what it might take to at least allow for buses to egress from the site via that driveway would sort of alleviate the buses navigating also all the drop off and pickup traffic that is accessed via Detilio Drive. So really thinking about, again, that would require agreement with Allard Square, and something that I think has been a conversation previously between Allard Square and the school community, but recognizing sort of the opportunity there for just buses to be able to leave the school campus via that driveway would sort of alleviate some of the sort of friction that occurs on Detilio Drive among the buses and drop off and pick up traffic.
Is there adequate geometry to take that right onto Mary Street from that little stub of that's along Howard Square? For a school bus, I mean.
I believe there is. I don't know if that is one that we ran our learning patterns on. But
looking at this, we're at least initially thinking about for buses to be able to take a left turn onto Mary Street to get out to Marcotte and then continue in either direction. We had not looked specifically at that turn, but there is some right-of-way that is within the city's right-of-way there. So there are some opportunities if adjustments to that curb needed to be made, that could be done, certainly. But the initial thought was for them to at least be able to take a left out of there.
Are there restrictions that prohibit cars from using Mary Drive? I know the barrier's up there, but I'm not sure I know the history of all that. Can we not open that road for traffic?
So there's a lot of history, you might know this better than I, that predates me. And we have another project going on unrelated to this project with the light at the Delta Hotel versus the Mary Street exit onto Williston Road. So right now we're holding both for the light at Marcotte and Heinsberg Road, and also a better plan for that exit. I think there was a lot of concern historically with Mary Street residents about cut-through traffic until we had Garden Street open and until we had solved the Marcotte and Heinsberg Road intersection.
So with those things done, is there an opportunity to just open up Mary Street to traffic?
There would be an opportunity in the future, yes.
Because that's not something that you consider to auto traffic, is it?
That was something that we had looked at as part of the city center traffic study to see what that does, also with Karen, building that traffic model about how congestion in city center as a whole along Marcotte Street would use or not use Mary Street depending on other things, particularly Garden Street connecting to Midas Drive.
But just specific to this, if parents can exit on Mary Street, that would certainly, you would think, decongest Detilio Market intersection.
So right now, the main thing is that the Allard Square, the driveway to the rear of Allard Square and also connecting to City Hall is on Allard Square's private property. There is an access agreement between the city and Allard Square for people accessing City Hall and the Senior Center and the Public Library, accessing this building. There is an agreement that that access, it can be used for that, but that does not include school traffic in that agreement.
So, I'm sorry, so that's what I'm trying to understand. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Can we use Mary Street for general traffic, school traffic, city center traffic, or we can't because Allard Square properties won't let us use that strip? Is that?
I wouldn't say that the Allard Square wouldn't let us. It's that it's not a public road. It is their driveway that we don't have legal rights to at the moment. And not we, the school doesn't have. We have legal rights.
And there's no
the school
thought
doesn't
or
have.
plan to changing that, even with the Garden Street improvements.
Well,
and
that's
light.
that's part of what this
No,
is.
this is just about buses, though.
That could be expanded. Right now, the buses is really one of the first things that's worth looking at and might be a simpler agreement to reach, at least preliminarily, to say, can we try with buses, see what that might do, and then potentially that would be between those two parties to work out exactly what it would entail. It could be something where it's buses only, or maybe egress from the school only. That would be kind of in the specifics for them to work out. But that conversation of the agreement and suggesting here to at least start with buses is a recommendation from here.
All right, so stepping forward to the next proposed recommended alternative here is student entry from Williston Road. And this is really in recognition of the anticipated shared use path on Williston Road. There was an idea, and we'll get to that with one of the alternatives that wasn't advanced, but certainly recognizing there is a driveway access on the Williston Road frontage of the school property. You know, that was one idea that bubbled up early in the process as having some access or egress or one or the other via that driveway. And though maybe not the best option in terms of a traffic circulation pattern for vehicles or buses, certainly recognizing that may become a more popular access or egress for folks on foot or on bike with that new facility along Williston Road, really trying to figure out what is a good way to facilitate that for the school. And in talking with the school community, I think they felt really comfortable about facilitating that as an access point for folks on foot and on bike. But there were a lot of challenges when we got to the level of circulating vehicles via that point. So this alternative really just contemplates, you know, creating some access for the school community to come and go. And then it would be a locked gate sort of outside of those arrival and departure times. Stepping to the next proposed recommended alternative, this is looking to reestablish a footpath along the parcel's sort of southernmost line there. And really this is in recognition of some of the active sort of travel patterns particularly for kiddos on foot that are utilizing sort of the access driveway and parking area of some of the new residential units that are adjacent to the school property. So there used to be sort of a informal footpath along the edge of the property line there that students were using to access then housing sort of further to the east and coming and going onto the school property that way. And so in recognition of the connection over to Midas Drive, that will be sort of a more formal connection in a future iteration. This sort of recognizes the need for there to be sort of a safe access and egress for folks on foot in that area, and just some concerns that have arisen out of, you know, kids sort of weaving their way through some of the parking and some of that space back there, and especially with activation of some of the other uses in that area, just recognizing the need for some other option for them to access that space and make that connection. And then I believe this is the last proposed recommended alternative that we'll go through, but this is in recognition of some new crossing activation that we anticipate given some of the new connections. So certainly with the Mary Street sidewalk connection, and then Mary Street eventually opening up for vehicular access as well. And then the new boardwalk through the park, which will create sort of a desire line for the existing crossing that's sort of further southeast of Garden along Marcotte Street. Those two locations, recognizing those desire lines and those connections, certainly could use the enhancement of an RRFB, and so making that recommendation that with some more crossing activation in those locations, that could be a good treatment for some higher volumes in those locations. And then just touching on some of the things that bubbled up, but ultimately were not advanced as recommendations. There was some conversation around traffic signals at Marcotte and Detilio, and just recognizing that the volumes there really aren't warranting a signal at that location. But you know that the always stop condition has I think alleviated some of the initial concerns that compelled this study. Relocating the bus drop off and pick up to Market Street. This was an idea that bubbled up, sort of recognizing the fabric of the area and sort of the more downtown city feel that's established. Thinking about, could we remove the buses from Detilio entirely and have students that are taking the bus get dropped off and picked up on Market Street, and just with the age of the kiddos that are, accessing this school community in particular, I think that's a little bit challenging just in terms of staffing and having sort of eyes on the scene in terms of kids coming and going onto Market Street and then walking to the school community, as opposed to sort of drop off and pick up right at the door for those bus users. So just not a lot of support for relocating where that activity happened. Then the parking lot reconfiguration. So the current configuration in terms of the parking layout seems to work well, and the adjustment that was made in this school year in the fall to have the buses route on the sort of westernmost loop has worked really well. So we've decided hands off of that piece for the time being. And then Market Street and Detilio, one of the initial concerns that we heard in all of the conversations that we've had around this topic was just some of the friction and just making sure that, folks could turn. There was adequate space and geometry for the buses to turn in and out of that access while there were vehicles there, and just recognizing maybe some of the visibility concerns with lots of students and families crossing at that location. So looked into a lot of that, and I think a lot of the concern there was alleviated after construction sort of died down and the always stop was in place, and folks sort of got used to the new geometry. And then the vehicle exit to Williston Road, as we talked about, just recognizing that was an access that makes a lot of sense when that shared use path is in place for folks on foot and on bike, but likely not for vehicles accessing and egressing via that access.
Yes, Anne.
Would you go back to the last slide? There was a conversation with counselor this past weekend, and one of the people who came brought up the Market Street Detilio turn, and their suggestion was to make two of the parking places that are, I guess, right on Market Street on either side, to have it no parking during certain hours. And is that out of the question as well? I mean, is that part of what was not advanced?
So we did take a look at the visibility, especially with the configuration, where the stop bars are, where the crossings are, and where the current parking configuration is. And as it's laid out right now, and if folks actually stop at the stop bar and do what they are supposed to do, it does all seem to work. So the sort of sight lines are there, and we have checked that geometry to make sure that it works as designed. And I think some of what folks are running into is it takes some adjustment to get used to that geometry. Those tight turns are on purpose so that folks slow down and think about what they're doing. So in that regard, I think it's been a success in terms of that geometry, but recognize that has been a concern.
Thank you.
Because there was a lot of complaining like a year ago that that geometry was difficult, but there were, the street across from Attilio wasn't aligned right. The stop bars were maybe not in the correct spaces. So am I hearing now that the buses don't have much of a problem to turn right onto Attilio from Market, and vice versa, where the other constraints are, that they're able to negotiate that without somebody out there with a sign saying, move back, and,
So I check in pretty frequently, especially with Jean Marie Clark. She and I have a great working relationship, and I've checked in a couple of times this school year to say, hey, how are things going at this intersection? And another big thing that was happening when a lot of this was bubbling up was the construction fencing was still up.
Right.
So that was a huge concern. And even when we had them kind of cut that corner off of the fence,
Right.
the visibility was terrible.
Yeah.
So between the fence being down, the access across from Detilio being teed up, and some of those other minor adjustments, she has relayed to me that there haven't been any concerns about that. People are learning to negotiate it, and maybe wait an extra 10 feet back when you see a bus taking a right. I think people are just figuring out with some time how to best use that intersection. So I have not in this school year heard anything about those turning movements being an issue any longer.
So the major improvements are alignment of the intersection, proper location of the stop bars, four-way stop, which wasn't there, 2 years ago, or like you arrived 2 years ago, and removal of the construction fencing has had a positive effect on sight lines, right, to help people know where their car should be if the bus is trying to take a turn. And okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I will say that just throughout this, Karen was getting to it, that there is an adjustment period to see taller buildings closer to the road, narrowing the road, and now more and more cars are parked on the street, more pedestrian activity. It's an adjustment, certainly, and I think we're starting to see some of the critical mass of cars parked on the street, of pedestrian activity, that allows for some of that transition to go away, and people are figuring out a new normal for this area.
So the sidewalk connection from the parking lot over to Mary Street, is there any indication how much use that would get? I mean, I'm sure there are kids that live on Mary Street, but I don't know how many. And would other kids maybe be walking down Williston Road down Mary Street? I mean, they could be.
I think this is one of the very kind of clear gaps.
Yeah.
I know when I
It's a
walk to
connection
Starbucks from City Hall, I have to navigate that driveway
Right.
too.
Right.
And so it's one of those places where right now students might be taking a more roundabout way
How
to
did we
get
miss
there.
that when we designed this building? I don't understand. But it's on school property, right?
It is along the border of Allard Square and the school property, and then it goes into what is now city right of way.
It's like Burger King Way is what it is, right? That seems like a priority at some point. We need to look at that. And then the path along the southern edge of the school, in back of the developments there that connects the future Garden Street over to Detilio, that seems important as well.
And that's when we heard a lot from, I'm spacing on his name, the vice principal at RMCS. He does the walking school bus, and he said that in the morning when they don't have it, it's much more sporadic, but when they have the organized walking school bus, there's a lot of kids that take that route.
What is a walking school bus?
Instead of taking a driving school bus, they all gather together and walk together.
Okay, in formation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've seen communities do it where there are actual stops throughout a neighborhood and a parent's waiting at each, and they just,
And is that something that could be done with like wood chips to begin with, and then when Garden Street is built, maybe consider going back and doing a real sidewalk at that point?
I think it could be done a number of ways. Again, this is on private property. Right now, where the school's fence is, there's a very small amount of area behind the fence. So I would recommend that for a final condition, at least, pushing the fence into their field and the trees, even just 5 feet, to make a more comfortable space, but it is something that I think could be kind of phased in as the school chooses to.
So the important things are is that it finalizes the fact that we don't want people using the school driveway to Williston Road to exit from there, because there was some, not controversy, but it just seemed like a bad idea because there's no light there, right? So that would not work. Using a button code to get in for students, that's an interesting concept. I don't know, functionally how well that would work, but
I think the idea around that is really to have a locked gate that can be open during sort of arrival and departure time windows, right? So I would anticipate there's staff that would actually be out there and have the gate open during those sort of busy times and then locked for the rest of the day.
Right.
I do just want to note that all of these, Lissa's got her hand up. You can't see it right now. Maybe I'm stealing her thunder. Are you okay to hear?
Did you want to say something else though?
Well, what I was going to say is that all of these things we're talking about are on the school's property. So we try not to do things to the school that they don't want done unto them.
True.
So all of this is ideas and recommendations and opportunities to partner with them on the things that they identify as priorities with us in the future.
Why don't we let the principal chime in?
And there is just the one that is for the city to spearhead with the 2 RFBs.
Lissa, do you want to?
Sure. Yeah. Yes. Hello again, everybody.
Hello.
There's just a couple of things. Every time we tell this story, a couple of important facts tend to get lost, or this report sounded a little different to me today. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. We have tried to work with Allard Square to open up that part of the driveway so that some vehicles could take it. And Erica, it's a left out of the school, not it's a right. It's a right out of the school driveway, not a left. If a bus was going toward Mary Street, that was one of the first things I did 4 years ago is introduce myself to Allard Square. And so it just feels like it's not as simple as a conversation. It's been a difficult problem to solve from the school's perspective. So I just wanted to mention that. And they're just very clear that it's not a street, it's a driveway, and therefore it can't be a road. And so I understand their perspective. And now that Mary Street could possibly be opening up, there might be a different solution, is my thought. The gate on Williston Road, we had to lock because we had a number of people cutting through the school grounds during the school day, and that driveway is very close to classroom windows. So strangers were peeking in windows. That was my first year as well. So we did lock that gate, and we do have students who come from they walk on Williston Road. They used to walk Mary Street. Some of them still do. It is a little difficult when they get between Allard Square and the school parking lot because they don't have a sidewalk. And cars still do travel through the back of Allard Square, like what was presented earlier. And so when the shared use path is completed on Williston Road, I did speak with Alana Blanchard about maybe as part of that project, there would be a different kind of fence there with an opportunity for a coded entry. That's not something that we're talking about currently. We're right now just working on other projects on the school ground. And the path is something that we lost during the construction phase, and it is something that we would really like to have back for our students, because right now they do walk through the parking lot to get to their homes. And I'm concerned about when the businesses open up and there is more traffic in the parking lot, students walking through the parking lot and navigating through more traffic will become a concern. We did have an opportunity for a path to be built, and that didn't work out. And there might be another opportunity for somebody who might want to donate some funds to help the path come back into play. But I think it's not just as simple as the school property. There is some property that we don't own on the other end, closer to Garden Street, that I don't think we have access to, because that was part of the question when we were talking to Chris Snyder, about making sure that that path stayed in existence when the construction happened. So some of that land isn't the school's property. So those are just some things I wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Melissa. That's good to know. Yeah, easements are always sticky sometimes when it's not your property. But most of it's on the school property, right? For that path.
Yeah, most of it is. And we used to mow and plow a path right to that area. But some of that area that we used to mow and plow, and now there's some landscaping from the Catamount Run development, so that just abuts right up to where it covers some of that path that used to exist. And then once we get beyond, my gosh, Erica, I can't remember, were you helping us with that? I think we might have needed some kind of a permit.
Oh, yes. Yeah. And on that eastern end, I think there was some parts that were a little sticky because that is connecting into the city's right of way. And since Garden Street was in earlier in design, that connection and ownership of Garden Street hadn't been fully transferred to the city. So as things are changing, that last section of the footpath along the school's southernmost property becomes a lot simpler once it is fully within the city and there's a road to connect into when Garden Street is extended. I think that's something we can absolutely support, how it connects into Garden Street there. But yes, there was some permitting. I forget exactly how it played out about which parcel the path, when it was temporary, landed.
So Lisa, if you could prioritize the things that are suggested here.
Before you ask that, I just want to table set. We're not asking for any action tonight. I think, again, these are all active conversations that are happening between Public Works and the other property owners in City Center and the school district about what all would like to see. So I don't think you all need to solve this tonight.
All right.
You are certainly welcome to weigh in, but I just we have a lot of other agenda items. So
I don't want to weigh in. I'm just trying to. I'm curious. Mayfair Park. The students who live in Mayfair Park, what elementary school do they go to? Right
They
now?
attend Rick Marcotte Central School.
So, some way of getting down Williston Road and into there
have
safely,
that,
or the back path.
Don't they have that Prouty Parkway?
The safe routes to school.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So in the interest of time, thank you for this. This is great information. It's good to hear that the turning radius is what? There's somebody way in the back. You're in the dark. I can't see you. So if you want to make a comment, you have to come down.
Travis, can you show the Zoom too? Thank you.
Is the light
Hi.
bright green?
Yes. Sue Conley. I was the one that came to your conversation with counselors. My first question, if I can ask a question, is this presentation is different than the one that was given on October 8th to the Fed as far as costs, and has something been updated?
It has been updated mostly to reflect the comments back from the Bike Peg Committee and from the project team.
So the cost of alternatives has been increased based on?
So I think, if I'm remembering correctly, the costs for the footpath were updated to reflect just some more refinement in terms of our assumptions around what was included. So those are now material costs for both sort of an informal wood chip path and then a more formalized path through the woods.
Okay. So I will focus, so it sounds like the footpath will, if they wanted to do that sooner than later, Erica, it would be a matter of working with the city to get a permit, and temporary easement, something like that, or?
So from the city standpoint on the right of way, we would work to do just a right of way permit on that little sliver. And the Garden Street Midas connection is planned for next summer construction. But the primary thing would be working with planning and zoning to get a permit. The school district would apply for a permit to install or construct any path, or if the fence needed to move, that would all go through a permit with planning and zoning. And we would, we would absolutely help to support how it ties into Garden Street.
But could they do that? Could we do that sooner than waiting for the Midas connection? Because they're talking a year and a half out.
So it's planned to start construction like in the spring in like 7 to 8-ish months from now, or potentially less, depending on how things wrap up there. If it's tying into our section of right of way, we could work on how to get that last sliver if the school chose to pursue that.
And then I just want to focus on Titilio Drive for 1 second, just because that was my corner. So the circulation surveys, and I'll quote, says, well tight, these movements can be made without riding on the curb or intruding on other lanes. However, this depends on other traffic stopping behind their stop bars until the school bus clears the intersection. Well, that doesn't happen very often. People don't stop, and it is a visibility problem. And now we're a year after this circulation study took place. The changes at City Center have changed dramatically because now we've opened Garden Street. And we opened Garden Street a lot, right now, a lot of the Trader Joe traffic is filtering onto Market Street, going both east and west. And so those vehicles do not understand that there's buses coming out or entering Titilio Drive. And I'm just going to read, and I'm going to read one thing and then I'll be done. But I walk Titilio Drive and Market Street every day with my grandson. I'm on there 4 times a day. So I just wanted to let you know that when I was picking up my grandson on Friday, as I was walking down Market Street to turn down Titilio Drive, a bus was coming out of Titilio Drive. The problem is heading east, not west. So it's a left-hand turn. The first bus was stuck diagonally. We're trying to navigate the corner. There was a car at the stop sign. There was 4 cars. Both parking spaces, the first parking spaces were full. He went to navigate. He got stuck diagonally because the car was too far up on Market Street heading west. He slowly inched and slowly inched. He was like this far from the parked car that was on the south side of Market Street. He finally got around it. But at this point, the car trying to go west couldn't move. I mean, he couldn't even try and scoot out of his way. After he left, another bus tried to get out of Titilio Drive. He saw what the other bus went through, so he tried to take a wider turn to make it. It was worse for him. He ended up having to put his backup blinkers on to try and get back. And then he had a car that was coming at him. He finally was able to maneuver. The car that was now parked at the stop sign, was trying to go up over the curb so he could get around. So and I see this a lot. I mean, the situation became a lot better last fall when we got the 6 buses and the parents weren't driving. There wasn't that conflict, but now there's new conflicts because now we have new residents. We have new people visiting down here. We have Trader Joe's traffic all filtering out. The buses do have a really hard time if people don't stop behind that stop bar. And bus drivers has said to me many times, and I've seen it when I was doing the crossing guard, those 2 first parking spaces, if they're full or if they're full with bigger vehicles, it's a real challenge for them. And that's why I was suggesting possibly an hour in the morning, an hour at the end of the day, just blocking those spaces off, see if that works better for them as a temporary thing. Take it out in the summer, just give them a little bit of space as city center is evolving, because it's not the same people anymore. It's a lot of cut through traffic. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue. Thanks for coming.
Ryan Doyle has his hand up.
Ryan Doyle, I see your hand up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Great. Yeah, so there's these are some pretty light options that are being presented. I think when we hear what Sue is saying, it brings up again that there's a lack of mountable curb, which is not an unusual practice. That would certainly help the buses get through if that had been done in the first place. There's also, raised crosswalks. Again, they help reinforce stopping before the crosswalk. They also slow down traffic. So when we talk about, whether we're talking about the Titilio Market intersection and the impact on people stopping before the stop bar, or if we're talking about potential RRFBs at the 2 further crosswalks, raising the crosswalks is just, a really simple thing that helps with safety for the students in a really big way. The other thing is that the Williston Road shared use path, the only safety improvement it makes for children is reducing 1 curb cut. It is not a safe route to school. It is not a path that we want to be encouraging students to take. In urban planning, when we have roads like that have high rates of accidents, the goal is not to make them look better or feel friendlier. The goal is to help people cross those streets safer, make really robust crossings, really validate them, change the geometry so that the crossings can be safe, but not actually try to make the street itself an inviting place for people to stay, hang out, or shop. Those places are really owned by cars still and will always be dangerous. Inviting people there just increases the likelihood of an accident. So I really do feel caution about even having the access, the partial access at the end of that driveway, even though, when I was a teacher there, sure, it makes that trip to get coffee a little bit faster. But ultimately, we don't want to be inviting students in that direction.
Great. Thanks, Ryan. All right. We have to keep moving here. Thank you very much. You've heard some feedback from the public tonight. And that was the conversation that we had with Sue at the conversation with the counselor 2 Saturdays ago. So maybe there's some information there you didn't know before.
Tim, can I just
Yep.
clarify what, we're not being asked to act on
Nope.
this tonight, but what is the next step?
Yeah.
Keep working in partnership with the school to understand what they would like done and support them as well as we can.
And on my end, we're going to be finalizing the report, incorporating feedback from tonight. We'll finalize this report, and Public Works, we are actively working towards getting those 2 RFBs installed. They've been on our radar, and we're and now especially having it documented, it just bolsters that. But that's kind of our end, and happy to support school district however
Great.
makes sense.
Great. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Karen, can you stop sharing? Yep, thanks.
Here you go. Can I have a raise of hands, people here from the public that they're waiting for an agenda item? Who's here for the community justice service? Okay. Would you like us to move that agenda item up next? Would that be appropriate since you've been here for a while? Okay. So right now we're at item 13, but I think if council agrees, right, we're going to move item 15. We're going to go item 15 instead. And that would be receive a briefing on the implementation of Act 180 and centralizing the administration of community justice service provision in Chittenden County. Jesse Baker, City Manager.
Sure. I'm going to have Chief Bro come down too. Again, tried to write a comprehensive memo to the community and the council of the history of this conversation. This conversation has been going on for many years. I've worked in municipal government in Vermont for, 13 years, and this has been a conversation the whole time I've worked in committees with CJCs. Anyway, tried to give you some history, and then given the decisions of the legislature and the Attorney General's office, where we are going with our partners right now. So I'm assuming you would like me to walk through that? Okay. So in 2024, Act 180 was enacted. With that decision, the legislature was looking to create more equity statewide for who had access to community justice services. So it was looking at really centralizing by county how CJC services were provided. In the fall of 2024, South Burlington and our neighboring communities started working with the Attorney General's office to propose alternative solutions in Chittenden County because Chittenden County had 4 active, very high-functioning community justice centers. In the winter of 2025, the manager-led communities in Chittenden County advocated, and some of you know all of this, apologies for the duplication, advocated to, at a minimum, see 2 CJCs in Chittenden County, 1 in Burlington and 1 in a manager-led community. The difference there being that in the manager-led communities, the CJCs were embedded in the police departments, and there was a very tight connection between the restorative practices and the policing practices. In Burlington, they were very much separate from the police department. Following that advocacy, the Attorney General's office, who had been in partnership with us and who continues to be in partnership with us, heard that but made the decision that in FY26 they would defer the transition for a year to allow us to fully partner and plan with Burlington and fund all 4 in FY26. But then in FY27 move to 1 site in Chittenden County and sole source that to the City of Burlington because the City of Burlington already had the court diversion program that was a county-led program. So they were already providing regional services in this space countywide. So with that decision, in February 2025, the four communities or the managers came together, and the managers in the communities that don't host a CJC but are served by those three CJCs, and issued a joint statement saying that while we were disappointed in the decision, we wanted to work in partnership with Burlington to build the best services we could, maintaining the core values that we had at the local level. And those core values were to maintain the best practice of embedding the restorative justice practitioners in police departments, allowed for a shared governance model across our communities with the city of Burlington, and continue the commitment to local service provision, not only with the police departments, but with the local volunteers and the local communities. Burlington, all along the way, has expressed that these are also their shared values and their willingness to plan with us to provide those services back to the communities. And actually, their CJC director is online right now listening to this conversation, Rachel Jolly. So since that time, the police chiefs and CJC directors and managers and the Attorney General's office and the mayor's office in Burlington have been working in partnership to build out what this is going to look like in FY27. So right now, that current work is focused on engagement, hearing from the community and the stakeholders what they want to see as Burlington builds out the county-wide system. So one being engagement, two being what this shared governance model is going to look like. How will we kind of ingrain in the structure that we receive the value-based services locally that we want to receive? And then three, looking at all of our CJCs operate a little differently and provide some services that are outside the traditional pre-charge services. So we're trying to quantify that so that we can say to Burlington, in addition to the pre-charge services, our expectation is that you are providing this set of things back to our community, in our community, with our local law enforcement partners and with our local volunteers. So that is the work that is underway now. The reality of this is that there will be a Burlington, maybe a Channing County CJC. The name change is part of what we're talking about. There will not be CJC departments in the rest of the communities. However, like our Howard Center model, our hope is that we have a Burlington employed community justice professional or set of professionals that are sitting in our South Burlington Police Department, providing those services in partnership with our law enforcement and our local volunteers. We have a model of that with Howard Center. We're hoping to duplicate that here. So while perhaps this isn't ideal, and certainly I did and others of my colleagues did a lot of advocacy to not end up in this situation, we also talk about regionalization a lot and how we do shared services. This is really meant to regionalize the administration, one grant, one budget, one org chart, but ensure that the services in community are still holding those local community values. That's the goal. That's what we're all kind of holding hands and working towards. Proof, of course, will be in the pudding. It's why governance is a big factor for us right now, a big focus for us right now. But that's where we are. Chief, did I miss anything big that you know of on day 28?
Yeah, up to speed with you.
Okay.
So will those individuals be full-time, sitting in, working with our police department?
So that's to be determined. That's part of the work of what's the quantity. So what's the quantity of pre-charge work that's coming from all of our communities? What's the quantity of other work that we are asking them to do? Basically, all of our communities, not just South Burlington, are working on putting together that set of things that we would like, for lack of a better word, to buy from the city of Burlington. And then it's their organization. They're going to need to come back with a proposal about how they'll staff that. Quite frankly, if this is my opinion, this is not decision. I'm not sure one person sitting in South Burlington is the answer. I think that a team of people who have, this is how Howard Center works right now. There's a team of people who have knowledge of South Burlington and knowledge, relationships with our officers, and they can cycle in and out given who's on vacation or who's pulled off to another case, and it's a little more seamless than relying on just one person. so that, I guess that is my hope, is that that team of restorative justice practitioners in Chittenden County will be able to flow through our communities a little more, but also retain that direct relationship with our volunteers and our panels and our police officers.
So just to follow up on that, right? Because the concern I've heard from our volunteers is that, you know, when this moves to Burlington, it's going to be different. They're not, our South Burlington volunteers are not going to want to volunteer in Burlington. That, you know, Burlington may not want to have folks do the things that, you know, we have them do in South Burlington today, like work for the South Burlington Food Shelf, do the South Burlington Cleanup Day, do actions in South Burlington schools. But what I'm hearing, though, is that maybe those fears aren't founded, that we should still have a governance structure where South Burlington volunteers feel valued and rewarded for their service, a structure where they fit in, and a structure where, even though kind of, you know, this is Burlington or maybe Chittenden County Center, there's still plenty of opportunities for South Burlington actions in the food shelf, etc. That's
certainly the hope and the shared vision that Williston and South Burlington and Essex and Burlington have all articulated that they don't want to lose.
Okay.
Again, proof is in the pudding, and we need to demonstrate that over the years to come that we can make it work.
Jesse, I'd asked this question before, but what's the funding model?
So part of Act 180 was that historically the Department of Corrections had funded pre-charge work and Circles of Support and Accountability, COSA work. Department of Corrections wanted, I think legitimately there was some concern that like the pre-charge work had never hit corrections yet, so why was it being funded out of corrections? So Act 180 separated those things. So COSAs are still funded through Department of Corrections. Pre-charge is funded from the AGO's office, and the legislature has allocated money for that pre-charge work to be granted through the Attorney General's office to communities. And that money is what will go direct. Right now is coming to our 4 communities, and next year will go directly to Burlington. I think Burlington's going to come back to us and say that grant funding is what is going to pay for the pre-charge work. All of this other work that your CJC is operating, we're going to need to find a revenue stream for that. If you remember last budget, in this current budget, we allocated additional general fund dollars to the Community Justice Center in anticipation of this change. So we do have some tax capacity right now to say to Burlington, we want this menu of items for you to provide back to us, and we are willing to pay for those items locally because they aren't considered, it's not what the legislature has funded through the pre-charge work.
Does anybody in the public want to make a comment on this at all? Oh, okay. Well, come on down.
Susan Schoenfeld is also online.
Okay.
So my name is Lee Dolan. I live in South Burlington. I'm a member of one of the Restorative Justice panel of South Burlington. I think most of you know what restorative justice is all about. People who make mistakes are given a chance to apologize and make amends. And if they go through the process, then they don't go to court and they don't get a criminal record. In our panels, we always ask who was affected by the crime, and we always come around to making sure that the individual involved says the community as one of the people, one of the organizations or one of the entities that was affected by the crime. The restorative justice process is community-based. The incident occurs in South Burlington. The police who refer the individual to the panel are South Burlington police. The panel members are all from South Burlington,
And the restorative process always includes community service in South Burlington. The South Burlington Restorative Justice Program, by its existence and the way it functions, confirms that South Burlington is a caring community. The proposal to do away with the South Burlington Restorative Justice Program would make it harder to claim that we South Burlington citizens are willing to care for each other. I urge you to do all you can to keep some local control of our restorative justice program. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Somebody else? Come on down.
Good evening. I'm Michael Powers. I'm a volunteer at the South Burlington Community Justice Center. I've read Act 180 3 or 4 times, and I'm bothered by much of it, but I just stick to the things I think that the City Council can deal with. And I just want to reiterate a couple of things that you've already heard tonight, which is that restorative justice is a particular kind of process. It's a local process. It's a process between someone who makes a mistake or makes bad judgments and the community that they've affected. And it's very important, it seems to me, that the offending party meet with members of the community who may not be directly affected by the incident, but as the members of the community are, as we understand that all communities, that the entire community is affected by what happened. I also want to be sure you understand how well the system in South Burlington works. Between the police department, Joseph Lavenway, wonderful administrator for the program, and the volunteers, it works very well as a unit. The police regularly refer people to us, and more importantly, I just want you to know that we invariably hear from people who are offenders who come to us that the police have always treated them very well with great respect when referring them there, which not only is good to hear in itself, but is a very important part of the process because it sets the tone for what's going to happen. We work with people to come up with ways to make amends for what happened and to ensure that the circumstances don't arise where they do it again. We do that as peers. We don't do it as judges. We don't do it as prosecutors. We're not authorities. We're their peers. We work together in that way as community members, and it works very well. You'll find, I think, that recidivism and we do mostly pre-charge, that recidivism is extremely low. I've been a volunteer for about 5 years, and in the panels I've been at, I've only known one person who committed the same act within about a year after coming to us once. That's just the one person. So I think it's been a very successful program. It works very well for the community. I just think that to the extent that local control is lost, that the principles of community justice, in this sense, restorative justice, are just going to be lost to some extent. And I know that everyone's going to want to keep the cultures of the local communities, but for example, with all due respect, moving people around the county, I think, is the wrong way to go. I think if at all possible, we need to keep an administrative staff, a South Burlington administrative staff in South Burlington, and to the extent we can, keep this going the way it is. I think it's been a success, and I don't see any real reason to make any significant changes. I do see some efficiencies, a central location for records in Burlington, budget money flowing through Burlington. I can see things like that, but efficiencies don't always provide better service. I think we need to be careful with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Ma'am, come on down, please. Oh, you're closer. Go ahead. Why don't you work your way down while she's speaking?
Susan.
Hello, I'm Therese Kurtz, and I live here in South Burlington. I may be in a somewhat unusual position because I've actually worked at 3 of the 4 CJCs have been mentioned tonight. I volunteer, I have volunteered and am volunteering at both the South Burlington and Essex CJCs on panels. I've also worked in a different volunteer capacity at the CJC in Burlington itself. And from that perspective, I can say that I think the not only do the different CJCs within Chittenden County have different personalities and sort of different feeling in terms of, and different priorities, I would say, to some extent. There's a lot of overlap. Yes, there's a lot that's the same, but there are some differences. And I would just echo what speakers before me have said about the excellent way that the program in South Burlington has been run. And the really crucial aspect of being something that comes out of the community, that is based in the community, that connection, that community connection is just critical to the way the whole process works. So I would like to ask if there is a way to, I also think that in addition to the connection, I think the volunteers are in many respects, they embody the connection to the community. It's essential to have those volunteers come from the community in which the action occurred, the community that suffered the harm. And I would ask that, if at all possible, every effort be made to include volunteers from at least this community, and I would hope all of the communities in these discussions going forward, because without the volunteers, you simply won't have the same kind of program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I respond to that?
Sure, go ahead.
So this is a great point. I just want to preview that one of the sorry, losing my words, groups of work we're doing right now is exactly around that listening effort. So we make sure that we understand from those who are doing the work in community what we don't want to lose as we move forward. So coming out in the next week will be surveys and invitations for focus group and direct conversations to volunteers, panels, COSAs, staff, police, all the stakeholders, so we can use that expertise to inform how these services look moving forward. So it's not perfect, but do expect to see an invitation to some of those conversations soon.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Why don't you work your way over, but we're going to go online to Susan Schoenfeld right now because she has her hand up. Susan, can you hear us?
Oh, hold on.
Oh,
sorry.
We're getting there.
There you
Okay.
We can hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Oh, okay, thanks. So I'm also a volunteer on the community justice panel. I think I'm the newest one. I've only been doing it since sometime in the winter. But first, I have to say, I know this is a done deal, but it sort of is a little mind-boggling to me that if there is going to be a community justice program in each county, that Chittenden County, with our population, is treated the same way as other counties, but I know that's a done deal. Within the county, I don't want to repeat a lot of what other people have said, but I first want to say I don't think we could say enough about what an excellent lead in the program Joseph Lavenway is, bringing panels in, training people about the principles. And then for me, watching him work, all the pre-work he does with clients, all the thoughtfulness he puts into helping them find different ways after, as they go forward, for not getting in the same kind of trouble way. It's incredibly, he's just excellent at it. And I think South Burlington's really lucky to have him. I hope he's not lost in this process. But even the idea of having, when you said, that maybe instead of having one person set in a town, that maybe they'll be moving around. I mean, backup is good, but hearing the relationships that are built with the coordinator and the panel, with the officers in the panel, a part of what people make amends for is, as Michael mentioned, people almost universally say how polite the officers were, but part of what they make amends for is writing the officer a note about what it took up from them, the officers, in terms of putting time into getting them on this path. So there's just this connection that happens that I think must be reinforcing for the officers to get people back in. So I guess, I wish this didn't have to go this way at all. And if it has to go forward, having some real continuity for both the panel and the community and the relationship with the police officers seems to me to be a really important thing. That's it.
Thank you, Susan.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Alyssa Sinas, and I'm one of the volunteer panelists as well. And every time I go to restorative justice as a volunteer, I go through the process of hearing what the person did, who it affected, and what they were going to do about it, and the contract that is written afterwards by all of us. I witness a miracle every single time. Under the kind and strong guidance of Joseph, that you've just heard Susan talk about, people that have done illegal things learn how to not reoffend. He also publishes our recidivism rates, and they're very low. They become concerned community members. This program and the results of each case is important and strong. Sometimes I go home and I cry a little because the positive and strong results for each person that we have worked with every single time. Please keep this important program. It is a gift to the people of South Burlington and Shelburne. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Anybody else? Nobody online? Nobody in the audience? Okay. Thanks for your input. It's very important to hear from you tonight. So this is just a presentation on the current status, right? Yeah. All right. We'll get an update when you have some new news. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you. We're going to move on back to item 13, which is receive a presentation on the city's employee and dependent health benefit structure at the request of City Council with Maddie Souza, Martha Machar, and Stephen Locke.
We also have Stephen May from Aquashore, who is one of our partners in Delivery Healthcare.
Great, thanks. Thanks for waiting. Is everybody feeling healthy today? Good, for now. We're lucky.
Has everyone met Maddie before? Maddie is our HR manager.
Hi. Yes. My name's Maddie. I'm the HR manager here at the city. I've been here for about 3 years in March, but new to this position as of January. So, yes.
And I'm a different Steve May. I'm the health benefits consultant for the city. I started teaching underwriting with Cigna, and as I became a consultant, specialized in municipal work. And today I was asked to help be a supportive role in talking about some of the basics of our program here offered at the city, and focus more on funding arrangement and those advantages and disadvantages, and then talking about what we might be doing about that as we roll through the year. Rather than going through the agenda, which I know you've seen already, I figured we'd just jump right in, given that it's 10 o'clock and we're talking about the exciting topic of insurance.
Always exciting. It's in the news right now.
So, fully insured program versus self-insured program. You currently are in a self-insured arrangement with a captive, and we'll get to what that is. But I think everybody understands when you buy insurance, mostly you think what's fully insured. You hire an insurance company, you pay them a premium, they take the risk during the month, during the year, and they pay all the claims that come from your employees. The insurance company takes the risk. The side that takes the risk, it costs more. So you pay an insurance company a little bit more for that. They collect all the premiums. They provide the network. They negotiate the network. They adjudicate the claims. And the advantages for them may be cash flow. At the end of the year, they may see some extra profits out of this. The advantages and disadvantages at the beginning of the year, you know typically about how many people, plus or minus, and we've seen some swings this year, but in the recent years, but typically there's minor swings during the year. So it's your rates times your people times the number of months, and that's what your budget is. And every single month, it's the number of people that month times the rate. So budgetability, predictability is very easy in a fully insured world. When I say on this slide financial protection, that gets to the insurance company taking the risk. If we have high claims and utilization greater than we expect, the insurance company takes that risk. If claims are greater than we expected, the insurance company has taken that risk during the year, and then your next renewal usually is higher because of that. Administratively, it's easier. Right now, the city staff deals with employees a lot, helps direct them where they are. With the insurance company on a fully insured arrangement, they set the rules, they adjudicate the claims, and those are the rules. There are ways to talk to the insurance company to potentially change, but if that is the rule and it's not deemed medically necessary, that is the rule. In self-insured, we have a little bit more flexibility. Into the first disadvantage, we're not as flexible because of that. The insurance company runs the program for us, and we rely on that in a fully insured arrangement. Higher costs over time, I won't get into the details, we'll do that on the next slide. If there are unspent claims dollars in the assessment, it becomes profit for the insurance company, not cash flow advantage or profit for you, not profit, cash flow advantage. With the size that the city is, and that's something to contemplate in a self-insured arrangement too, and we'll talk about that, we don't have access to data. So the insurance company tells us, experience is bad, you need a big increase. We can't share that experience with you, but it's been bad. When it's good, we don't get data either. So the lack of data takes some power away from us, and we have less control because of that with what's going on. And one of the things I didn't hit is state mandates are automatic with a fully insured program. One of the disadvantages is higher cost, and so I tried to break out what pertains to that higher cost. You're passing risk to the insurance company by telling them they're going to take that on, pay all the claims no matter what happens. To adjust for that, the underwriting staff and actuarial staff assess how to protect that risk on their end. There's claims fluctuation margin. You do have premium taxes that you have to pay, which is about 2%. That claim fluctuation margin, I say, is 5 because it's my job to keep that reasonable and low, but for a group your size could be as high as 10. And then there's incurred but not reported reserves. So every year, if we were to end or switch carriers, there's claims that run out. They were incurred in December and not paid until after January when we might make a change. So the insurance company has to collect that as part of their premium. That can be 1 to 1.5 months. nowadays that they put into the premium so that they're prepared if you leave or you end your program, change funding arrangements, things like that. You currently
Can I just
hold
ask a
those
quick
dollars.
question? I'm just,
Yeah.
are we considering moving to a fully insured plan, or just for background?
So this is for background to
Okay.
describe the system, but given how rates are going, later on in the presentation, you'll see a recommendation that we do bid next year and see what we get back.
I see. Okay.
It was, as far as I understand, it was a question. Should we go fully insured? Mm-hmm. And again, for your size group, 140 employees, it's a reasonable question to have. These reserves are monies you hold and you direct, and you get the advantage of the interest on it. And it's something that's not into the budget at the time. Go to the next one. In a self-insured program, which is what we have with a captive over it, we hire the insurance company to act as a TPA. You pay for the claims that run through for the plan that's in place. It does have the cash flow advantage potentially. If claims run better than we expect in a given month, that's to your advantage. If they run worse, that's a disadvantage, and how we set the budget helps to take care of that. The city is assuming the direct financial risk, so that is going to cost less. But we do take that risk, and that comes out in the budgeting. And I will say that other things I've heard here tonight, and consistent with the financial activities around the healthcare, the city is fiscally conservative, which is to the advantage of much of what we're talking about here on this slide, and helping to set the city up for success, as has been since you've been self-insured. Rather than assigning that risk to the insurance company, that insurance company now becomes a third party that adjudicates a plan, provides us the network, and we can have this benefit package for our employees. Hang on.
In that, can you just back up one? So, with the self-insured, are the group rates the same with self-insured versus the other one, fully insured?
We still get the advantage of group rating, but it's based on your experience and the stop-loss costs and administrative costs that go with this. They're not the same because we don't pay a 2% premium tax. Claims fluctuation margin is part of your fiscal conservatism and your choice at the time, and the incurred but not reported reserves are held in a separate account by you, not the TPA, not the insurance company. So it's different. We still get group rating. We do have access to the data to understand that, to help do that underwriting. We're not just pounding the table. We need 2 more points at the end of the year and trusting the insurance company. Now we have that claims insight, and we can protect against it, and we can set budget appropriately around it. So some of those advantages with the flexibility plan design in a fully insured world, that plan design may be limited. Now we have the flexibility to design as we wish, and some of that, which we'll talk about in a little bit, we've been able to do, carve out some services, provide more service to employees, and control cost more efficiently. We have transparency because we see that data. Cash flow can be positive or negative. So if it runs better in a single month, our bank account does better. State mandates are not automatic. They can be discussed, and many of them are input, but they're not an automatic thing at the end of the year. We do take financial risk, and we discuss that when we set the budget, and those reserves and how they're looked at are held appropriately. The plan's a little bit more complex because we have that insight, and we do get involved at budget time that way. And we have to watch out for large claims risk and our cash flow variability. And then you're responsible for compliance and administration on top of this too. So what makes up our budget? How is the dollar made up? 3 to 5% are admin fees, 10 to 15% is stop loss. Stop loss is something that protects large claims. Individual claims to 130,000 are your risk. Anything 150,000 are your risk. Anything over that, that insurance pays for. We also protect overutilization in a given year. So you take the risk for the first 125% of what is expected, and then after that, the insurance picks up. We used to always use the bird flu or a pandemic as an illustration that likely never would happen. But yeah, we saw that. It didn't drive us into that, but we did have large claims. And what we're dealing with in our state right now is increased costs, which are getting us to that risk tolerance of 150 quicker. And potentially, if we have overutilization, more quickly getting us to that aggregate stop loss is the 125% piece. And then we hold the reserves again.
Could I understand what you mean by a claim? So, I mean, let's say someone has a horrific, accident, medical issue, and they're in ICU for 24 hours, all the time. Is that one claim, and therefore we're protected over 150? That could run into millions of dollars, right?
That's a good
question. So over for that entire treatment plan, we're only responsible for 150. Is that one claim? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, it's the one claim that likely drives us to the 150 mark, but it's per member all their claims in a year. So if I have that heart attack or cancer or the horrific accident you're discussing, all of my claims are calculated in the risk that's protected under that individual stop loss level of 100.
Okay, so it's aggregate claims over 150
for that one, and every member is protected at
per person. Aggregate claims over 150.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not just one incident that's protected as catastrophic. Yeah, it's my total value during the year. Am I just hitting it? So with that self-insurance, we've been able to do a couple things that have brought some efficiencies to us. We've have the health clinic, which we'll talk about in a little bit here. It's a shared near-site clinic that has had advantages for us. We moved to a captive insurance model that helps to protect us, given our size a little bit in a self-insured world. And again, we'll talk about the health clinic. A captive, just very quickly. What we're doing is having protection at 140 employees. Being self-insured does bring risk because we don't have a lot of people to spread those catastrophic or large claims across. So a $150,000 claim affects us differently than it does Burlington because they're larger. So purchasing through a captive, we're purchasing with other employers that are part of this captive arrangement, and it's helping us to spread that catastrophic risk, and we buy the protection for that risk at a wholesale basis.
The captive is just for the stop loss risk. Is that right?
We come together as a group under the captive, but it's really buying stop loss at wholesale. Yeah, and very brief. Getting into what that is, and it protects us because we're 140 employees and gives us a little bit more security in doing that. Pareto is the name of our captive. What I don't have on this slide is the third-party administrator that we use to administer the claims and provide the benefit to our employees is CBA Blue, so they're a Blue Cross entity. They handle the self-insured arm of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont, basically. It's a dotted line relationship, but they're a Blues organization for our employees. And Pareto's the largest captive, does the most business here in Vermont, and you can see their size written out on the page there.
So in talking about a lot of our benefit structures and how it works and what the goals are, Steve alluded to you take on a lot more risk when you're self-insured, and part of our strategy in addressing that risk is having Marathon Health. It, as Steve mentioned, is a near-site health clinic that provides easy access to primary mental health care. It is quite literally near. It's right down Dorset Street at the corner of Kennedy and Dorset. We're currently in year 5 of our contract with them. We partner with 3 other local Vermont businesses, VSAC, Food Science, and Acrisure. We're the largest of that group, so we do pay the brunt of the share for that. But we pull together resources, kind of like a mini version of our captive, to provide that near-site, easy access care to employees and dependents.
Is this meant to replace primary care for employees?
No, so it's not meant to wholly replace primary care, but it does serve as sort of a stone to get there.
So pre-primary care, sort of.
It's one way to think about it. A lot of our appointments are same or next day, a little over 60%. So rather than waiting 3 months if you're a new patient to get somewhere, you can go to Marathon and get that care and potentially resolve your problem before you need to go to an external site.
So it's lower cost than primary care.
Yeah.
That's the important part.
Yes.
Okay, I get it.
Might I? It helps to take some of the burden off the community too, because when we got into this, one of the issues that we were hearing was people were having a problem getting in to see doctors. So now by having this more concierge spot to be, we're opening the community to have more access and be available. It's also, the clinic is built that that's the cost we pay for anybody that goes and uses it for whatever they're using it. So that's where our costs come from.
How does it differ from like an urgent care?
So I think how I think of it is it's a combination of both urgent care and your nurse practitioner who has much more time for you. So if you need urgent care, they're there. If you need somebody to help you manage your high blood pressure or your diabetes or your weight management plan, you could go there once a week and check in with Christina, and she can help keep you on that track, which is what keeps the idea being that if we control chronic conditions earlier in their development, the claims expense later on will be lower. So we're trying to cost contain on the eventual claim side of things.
And I think that's important. There's a relationship set with this too. In urgent care, typically you're in and out. You're not really creating that relationship with the physician. And here with the nurse practitioner and what's going on just in the scenarios, we do have employees that have built that relationship and are using it more towards a PCP. They might still have their own PCP, but they're going in more regular. And we have a mental health aspect.
Can they draw blood there?
Yes.
And they can do blood tests?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, so they have an external diagnostic company that they contract with to send out the blood tests, but you can go for a finger prick. They can actually draw your blood.
Do EKGs?
I'm not sure if they do that there.
Can they burn off skin with nitrogen?
They can.
Can they do? Okay, I'm just trying to understand. Like,
I know
what can they not do? Do you know what they can't do?
There are some prescriptions that they can't prescribe. There's some prescriptions that they don't have in-house. But I think a lot of people are surprised at what they can't do, which is really great to tell people, especially when I'm onboarding new employees. But going back to the cost containment aspect of it all, I know that Marathon just gave us some data recently, and we average about 34 minutes per appointment, whereas other places, PCPs, urgent cares, are averaging 9.7 minutes per appointment. And so you can see that when people form those relationships with their healthcare providers, and with Christina, that's the nurse practitioner's name, and with Demir, that's the behavioral health counselor's name, and with Kelsey, that's the medical assistant's name, they have better health outcomes and can provide better service for the city overall. Any other questions on this aspect?
Well, Maddie, you brought up one of the questions I had that I feel is missing in this presentation, which is, what are the outcomes? Because the Pareto, or I think I'm saying that right, and Steve, good to see you, by the way, and the Marathon Health relationships both promote cost containment and improved outcomes. And that's the data some of the data I was hoping to see. And that was not clear to me in the presentation.
Yeah, so I know that we're scheduling our annual report with Marathon, hopefully in the next 2 weeks. And that's where a lot of that data will come from. When I initially reached out, they gave me some value metrics rather than cost savings like they did last year. So I'm hoping to get that to you soon. And then in terms of performance metrics, off the top of my head, I know almost 80% of people identified as high risk are making improvements on their health, which is exciting to see. But if you're interested in seeing like the data via financials and data via patient outcomes, I'm happy to share those as much as I can on the patient outcomes front.
It's also, I think we're confused what metrics you're looking for. What are you looking to compare A to B to? I mean, I think we talked about that this afternoon, trying to understand exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, we know budgets are being impacted by healthcare expenses. It's also a critical benefit to attracting and retaining employees. So I was really looking for this relationship has gone on with Marathon for 5 years, right? And we've been with Pareto for how many years?
Since 2021, I believe.
So both of them are about 5-year relationships. So one, I'd like to know what we're spending on healthcare as a benefit, and then what the trend has been in what we're spending. Is that better? Is that rate? Is it a decrease, or is it a rate? There's cost containment, or is it? It's not entirely accurate though in terms of, well, it was both the cost containment and the outcomes. And whatever those organizations share and what we as the employer require or request. So to me, it wasn't benchmarked against anything.
Again, I don't understand what you're asking for in outcomes, and I think one of the reasons that we were talking, there's a later slide about going out to bid, is because the way we cost is on claims, right? So the way we pay for insurance is on claims versus buying a fully insured model, and so. As the manager asked us, how do I know I'm still getting a good deal 5 years later? The only way we can benchmark, the average, I think, Steve, you told me is 11% is about an average premium increase for a fully insured plan annually over the last 5 years. I may have those numbers off a little bit. And so we said, well, the only way we really can benchmark that and tell you that is to go out to bid, which we're planning to do in 2026. And then we'll be able to compare what the fully insured model cost that in 2026 only compared to what we are paying with this option.
Okay, so can I actually ask something similar to that? So we're spending, say, in the last fiscal year, $3 million on 140 employees. So like roughly 20,000 a piece, say rough numbers. If I were to go on Vermont Health Connect and buy insurance just for a single person, I think it's about 12 grand, 14 grand, right? Something like that. So like that feels.
It was. They're 200.
No, it is. I just looked it up.
There are
Yeah.
over 250.
What?
There are over 250 lives involved, so it's 150 employees.
140.
But that includes their families as well. So the total number of lives that
282 covered lives.
Oh, 282 covered. That changes things.
It brings it down to 11,000.
Oh, that brings it down significantly. Okay, that changes significantly. Okay, so that's one thing. So, okay. So
there's a difference between employees covered versus lives
okay,
covered.
fine. So clearly.
I think you're also comparing what we pay on the general fund side versus what the employees are paying.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what it would cost to get insurance for 280 employees, and then we can figure out who pays what, right? But so I gather you're going to do that benchmarking. The way that we do this, do we benefit from federal credits? Like if someone were to go out and buy health insurance on the marketplace, right? they can benefit from federal credits. Does that come into play here at all?
Our employees may not benefit from federal credits. So there are 3 rules we have to follow with the ACA. We have to provide to 95% of our employees affordable benefits, and they have to be a minimum standard. We have the minimum standard. We provide to 95%. We give them the option. It's the affordability piece that comes, and I believe that it's affordable for everyone. But if that's the case, then anybody that leaves our program to go to buy on the exchange isn't eligible for a federal credit.
No, but so do we? But do we benefit from the federal? Like, are we?
No.
Are we giving something up by self-insuring, rather than say, provide employees more compensation to go out and buy on the exchange and get credits from the federal government?
Yeah.
Like, have we done that calculus?
No, we're not losing anything. We don't get a federal credit. If we do something, there's a new program since 2020 called an ICRA, an individual HRA, where you can define, hey, we're going to give you $2,000 and you can buy what's right for you on the exchange. We have to look out for affordability on that too, because if they go and it's not affordable to them, then we get penalized.
Let me just ask my question another way. I'm sorry. So, let's say that we did not provide health insurance to employees, but instead provided additional compensation that we thought was sufficient for an employee to go buy insurance on an exchange. That employee then presumably would be able to get federal credits, right?
I don't know the answer.
Mm-mm.
They wouldn't? Why?
If it's considered affordable for them, they're not eligible for the federal credit. Before 2020, you couldn't do the scenario you're talking about. Now, since the new implementation of this new program called an ICRA, we can do that. The problem is you look down the exchange for the cost. What makes that a viable option for an employer is you take advantage of the spread between your plan, the cost of your plan, and the cost of what's on the exchange. And then you say, okay, Steve, here's your $2,000. We think this is the right money for you. You can go buy on the exchange on your own. In Vermont, because we're double the national average on our exchange, that gap doesn't provide a huge savings. And for South Burlington, so understanding like, hey, how do we stand against others and what are we doing? We have had success with the clinic. We have had success with some of these other programs, self-insured, to be able to control cost, that when we compare that for how big is that gap and how much money could we save by doing that, there's not enough there. But that is something that we can look at when we
I guess
go
we're
out
going
to
to be
bid.
benchmarking and all. I would love to just maybe understand a little more fully.
Mm-hmm. All good questions, though.
You know, is there an opportunity to leverage some of the federal money that we're missing out on?
We
maybe
don't.
not, but
The city doesn't get that federal money.
no, I know we don't. But is there a way to structure the program such that somebody does, right? An employee, right? I know we don't as an entity. I understand that.
Yeah, and we have to be careful because if they go and get a subsidy, we get penalized. You're supposed to provide the benefits, not shift it to the
But
government.
not all employers do. I mean, there's lots of folks that buy their own health insurance. I'm confused.
That do what?
That buy their own health insurance. I mean, I do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm confused.
Andrew.
Yes.
For the vast majority of people who are looking for jobs and who have jobs, having health insurance provided by their employer, not getting cash, but having health insurance is one of, is the highest benefit.
I understand, but if you provide that employer an equivalent amount of money that allows them to get health insurance and benefit from federal credits, that's got to be pretty good. So, anyways, it's a conversation. I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So a part of that too, and where I was going, it could be the size of the group. So if you're under a certain size, you don't have to pay attention to these same rules that I'm referencing, but we're large enough that we have to pay attention to some of those rules. But we have the access to do fundamentally what you're talking about. And when we go out to bid, we can explore that and see how it compares. And the question to be fully insured is a reasonable question given your size, given the cost increases we've seen and what's going on in the market. When we go out to bid, which we haven't done in a while, we should do, and we've provided a sample calendar for what we're going to do, we should ask those questions and get the direct answer. Right now, theoretically, fully insured, all things equal, over a 10-year period, fully insured costs 7 or 8% more than being self-insured. We have this new ICRA type program, which goes along the lines of is being questioned and asked, and we can explore that next to it too and see how that works.
If we were to go fully insured, would we discontinue the marathon program?
I'm not sure of that answer.
That would be very unpopular.
No, I don't know if they're exclusive of each other or not.
You wouldn't have to.
You wouldn't have to. Okay. Yeah.
You can keep that, and it could potentially help in the discussion of premiums and renewals in the future. It's helping to keep our costs low.
Is that part of the bidding process? Is declaring that marathon would remain?
Absolutely.
Or ask for a bid for both scenarios?
Yes.
Does 9% per year sound better than what we've been hearing as percentage increases in private health insurance for the last 5 years? Like
Absolutely.
they've all been double digit, right?
I've dealt with in my own book of business 40s. We had a 98%, and we've had a number of, we're just declining to quote, and I'm your incumbent.
Yeah.
So it's not good these last couple of years.
Yeah.
I don't know, Steve, if you're still engaged on the education side, but I think VHI came out and it's 7%, I believe, for next year's premiums. But there's always the phenomena of what you're doing with your reserves too. And Maddie, can you just clarify? I know I asked this question, but your 2% average increase in employee enrollment, that means the employee base has been growing at 2%, and we have 100% enrollment in the captive plan or in the insurance health benefit?
So the 2% is reflective of new employees and their dependents, so a whole host of people. But no, not everybody, if this is what you're asking, not everybody who's offered benefits receives those benefits. Some opt to take their spouse's insurance, other alternatives.
Okay, so it's not something where we're seeking additional enrollment. It's just growing through the employee and their dependents at 2%.
Yeah.
Per year. Okay.
If an employee rejects coverage from the city, do they get any kind of a benefit from that?
Yes, they do. It depends on what bargaining unit you're a part of, if any. I know that non-union people get $4,800. I know fire gets something different that I'd want to get the exact number on before I say it.
Is there still a requirement that they provide proof of insurance?
Yeah, so everybody, when they're onboarded, they receive, it's called the Declaration of Healthcare. It's a Vermont form, and so they fill that out and they give proof of alternate insurance, whether that's their insurance card or something else.
So it's key with that last piece on there, the overall increase since 2020 is an increase in the employee base of 9%. 9% more enrolled since 2020. The budget increase is 9%. Trend every year now is expected to be about 9%. So if we're having those kind of increases, we would expect 18% increase overall in the cost. 9 due to the number of people, 9 due to the cost of care. And that's if everything just runs as we expect. So if there's adverse claims experience going on there, it could be worse than that. But to answer the question again, this is better over this time period than what we're seeing with the news these last couple of years.
Do we know why the cost of care goes up so much faster than inflation? Do we have insight into that? No. Is it more procedures, the same procedures become more expensive. The drugs are like, what is driving the cost of care going up so much faster than inflation?
Medicaid being passed to the market, Medicare costs being passed to the market, uninsured people in the market, experience, like you're saying. The cost for what these more advanced services are is more expensive as you get into the more catastrophic type issues. All of that is working into what is expected to be not a 3% for inflation, but 10% for inflation in any given year. It's all those things that wrap up and get pushed back into the market. Uninsured, Medicaid shifting their costs, Medicare shifting their costs. And again, we're not having the coverage in the state, in the Medicare world, as was stated when the meeting started. So some of that gets pushed back into, us getting service in the market.
So, Andrew, you may have heard me say this before, and Steve, you can correct me if you have a different way of organizing this, but in Vermont, 640,000 people, about 650,000 people, wherever we are, 200,000 of those folks are on Medicare, 200,000 of those folks are on Medicaid, both of which only reimburse, at 70% or something like that. So that 30% is passed on to market. So you have 250,000 people who are paying the difference. Of that, I think only 100,000 are private pay. The balance are teachers, municipal employees, state employees, and other folks who are otherwise subsidized by the taxpayers. So basically, as Steve said, you have this market shift from folks who are not reimbursing the system at 100% to those of us who are reimbursing the system at 100%.
Okay, but we're self-insured. I mean, we're paying the doctors,
No, but
and nurses
this
directly.
healthcare system.
No, but us, we're not. How do we see the cost of the healthcare system?
So when I go to my doctor and I'm full, I pay my
So
plan.
your doctor's charging you more than others.
Yes.
Because the doctor's not getting
Yes.
is not getting the doctor's cost shifting over to you.
Yes.
Cost shifting over to the city.
To all the people who are fully insured.
They cost shift to the open market.
Yeah.
And we're all getting older.
Yes.
And somehow.
And Vermont is older.
Yeah.
It's just an average age, and we are older. Yeah.
And the cost of medical care is escalating dramatically because of the kind of care we get.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say that as a 70-year-old, and the surgeries I've had over the last 3 years that wouldn't have happened 20 years ago. And the care of cancer and the care of disease, and we're keeping us all living longer. And this issue's not going away. And self-insuring, we're carrying the risk, which means we potentially carry the reward as well.
Mm-hmm.
And as you said, over 10 years, self-insured versus fully insured ends up being 8% or 10%
more expensive.
And
it's been
that's
double
only going to
digits.
get to be more because the insurance companies are in it for a profit.
When we set the budget, so can you take me back? I skipped this slide, but when we set the budget, we're helping to control that risk to protect your bank account and the future of how you're providing benefits. That's what the insurance companies are doing. And their actuaries are saying, you know what, you have to load 7.5 or 5 or 10% for claims fluctuation and those kinds of things. And we need to hold these reserves. You're doing that. You're taking advantage of those cash flows and efficiencies. And because you're fiscally conservative and have paid attention and budgeted appropriately and have healthy reserves, there are some flexibilities. In a really bad year, because your reserves are healthy, you could use some of that to pay for some of a bad increase. If you're in a fully insured world, it exacerbates itself and a 20 becomes a 25, and now you have no recourse because we can't see. I would never be able to answer your question about what are our outcomes in a fully insured world because we get no insight to that claims data for the size group we are. So now we're appropriately financing, being fiscally conservative for the benefit of the employees and the overall long-term budget. versus arguing for a couple points, not knowing where the floor is with an insurance company. And we start the budget process in July is what we were going to talk about here. And these are the pieces we look at and we help to underwrite, and we discuss with management about what this needs to be as we sit here today. Oh, sorry, that was backwards. And then, so like we said, these are good questions, and they prompt, let's go to bid. How often should we go to bid? It's been a while. I would say every 5 years is reasonable. Some people say 3, but if we make the assumption that we change today and we have to go out to bid 3 years from now, by the time our change is maturing, we're running 3 or 4 months into maturity, and we have to do this many months in advance, 7 months in advance. By the time we hit that second year and we're going out to bid for our third year, we're just barely mature and understanding if the plan is running the way we want it to. So 5 years is probably more reasonable, and you should go out to bid and let's make it formal, and let's explore the idea of an ICRA and fully insured and self. They're reasonable questions, especially with what's going on in our market. And we can prove it out through an RFP process.
I have a question about going out for bid. If we go out to bid and we find that fully insured is going to save us X amount this year, and then the next year the fully insured rates escalate dramatically, and we go, holy mackerel, this isn't working anymore. What's it take to go back to self-insuring? That's like an impossible shift back, isn't it?
No, it's the same decision that you made to go fully insured. We'd have to re-up and make sure we had the financial parameters and budget setting in place. If things are totally awful on a fully insured, it's more difficult because now the claims are really bad and we're facing going back to self-insured, and we have to find that money. Do we find that money to pay the insurance company or to help pay ourselves into the future? So there's a number of aspects that we would have to discuss. If we came and found that fully insured was the answer at the end of this, the front end of your question is what we would be discussing. How real is this? What kind of guarantees did we get? Is this a bait and switch? Have you seen this happening in the market? Why is this reasonable? We'd have to explore that and be comfortable with it.
And right now, being self-insured, we have reserve funds and we have assurances in place. If we go to fully insured, do those stay in place so that if we switch back, we still have the structure? Or
well, you would use your reserve then to pay out, like I defined what a reserve is for. Yeah. As that line is drawn, like here's our change, every claim that was incurred before the January 1 date, now you would pay from your reserves that are in your account. If there's something left over, you could keep that as a contingent fund to pay bad increases. But typically, no, that kind of comes slowly back into general fund, or to pay the first month's premium or something like that.
How much data do you have to give the bidders?
We give them 3 years of claims data.
3 years of claims.
We give them the census.
No
we give
names,
them large
just
claims
like
activity.
Number, employee number, and the claim history. Is that what it is, or?
The employee number is 1 through 147.
Yeah.
Because I don't want it attached to even something that could be.
I mean, would they be able to weave through and find a series of claims and figure that it's one employee? And
we give them that, and we have to.
They want to know that. Yeah.
The fun part now with AI is, in a fully insured world with smaller cases, insurance companies are no quoting because they're taking. We do have to give them a census and that kind of stuff, so they'll run your name. And they can find through public data, through CVS, through whatever, hey, your claim costs $40,000 a month. No quote. So even if we don't have data, we're now finding with the technology can be a limiter for us also. But now we have data and we're going to share it. And morally, ethically, we can't protect that. If we know there's a hemophiliac, we have to tell them there's a hemophiliac. So, and we have that data.
just, I want to back up a statement here. For the record, I think we as staff and employers with our employee groups and our collective bargaining agreement leaders are very happy with our current status quo. So we were proposing bidding to try and get to some kind of benchmark. If that is not something the majority of you are concerned about at this point, given that we are beating Marcotte, we don't have to do this work. This is a lift to do. So just wanted to put out there that
all of this, there's collective bargaining that rules over all of this. So even though there was the idea, and I'll call it an ICRA because that's the federal program now in your idea, collective bargaining may not allow that. That's a different implementation of a benefit and how that goes. In this idea of going to bid, we want a comprehensive network. So we want to make sure people have access to the right physicians. We want to, you duplicate the benefit. And if you can't, we absolutely need to know why. And we need to have that discussion on the back end. Is that allowable? When we talk about collective bargaining, those agreements rule how this RFP is put together. And we have to be, we can't just say, we're going to save $100,000 because we have the best 5 doctors and that's all you can see. It wouldn't fly. And the benefits have to be commensurate with what's in place now too. So we're very mindful of that.
So I know my perspective would be, if we think there's a material likelihood that going out to bid will save us significant money, then we should do it. If we think there's not, then it feels like a waste of time.
I feel like it's a waste of time.
Well, I mean, I leave that to the experts to figure out.
I'm just sharing, to Jesse's question, is this something we should put energy into? From my perspective, my understanding of what's going on in healthcare, my understanding of what the future looks like, my understanding of how this program is run for the city and how our employees feel about it. The insurance market is not getting better, and it's not going to get better. And everything that you've told us today reinforces for me the quality of what we're providing to our employees in our city right now. And I can't imagine that this process is going to come up with some magic bullet that says, oh, look, we're going to save some extreme amount. And in the future, we're going to end up having to think about what services we can really provide. And I don't mean just the city. I mean, our healthcare system in general is coming up against a brick wall of cost containment.
So I tend to agree with what we've been hearing from council right now, right? That, I mean, if it's not broken, right, don't fix it. That's part of it.
You guys have enough work.
But the other emphasis is that, right, that the hammer is just like coming down. We want people to be healthier. Healthier people are less expensive to insure, right? And the question is how to get them there, right? It sounds like Marathon helps, right? But seeing doctors when people are not well is frequently is it necessary to make them better and then teach them how to have a healthier lifestyle is really the real long-term way to get people to cost less. Right? It's not about making people cost less. It's about making people take responsibility for their health, right? Within the realm of what they were dealt with when they were born, right? And their environment, but to understand that they, everybody's got a responsibility.
We want to help them stay within the health pattern they're in now, not continue down that continuum of high cost.
Yeah.
So I might have some issues, but I don't want you to be a catastrophic issue 4 years from now. Yeah.
Right. So I think it's a cool idea to benchmark. I'm not sure if it's worth the effort.
Well, we can do some basic benchmarking without an RFP gives us an answer that says, can we save $150,000, $200,000, $300,000? okay, we would have the answer from the market, but we can do some benchmarking. Let's pull a commensurate plan from the exchange and show what that might look like. And you have to be careful when you look at the exchange. It has to be close to what we have now to be a real comparator.
That kind of basic benchmarking makes a lot of sense.
And then we do have some studies where we can do of a group your size, of municipalities, this plan design. We can do that benchmarking, and you still could. I mean, we have time. You can see what this calendar is. If in the spring we decide, yeah, maybe we'll do something. And one of the key things here is to understand new things in the market. ICRA, but what's happened to our market? I kind of made a joke about 10 o'clock talking about insurance. It excites me. It bores most. But we also get, we are having a good discussion. But we get into this morbidity of health insurance because that's what we're worried about. And that's what we all are facing with our own issues. But there is a silver lining that we saw with the last session. I think legislatures stepped up and put some controls in and started to pay attention to what's happening with our provider market. We are seeing the Green Mountain Care Board controlling costs this last year, and I think taking that very serious with the news that Vermont doesn't like to be the best when it's the most expensive thing that's the most important to our employees. So the light silver lining that we see is I think we're starting to now pay attention differently than the last 4 years. So we can make a decision in the spring.
Let's wrap this up.
Both have hands up.
Elizabeth, you go first.
Thanks. First off, I had no expectation when this was requested by council that it was going to result in a proposed RFP calendar. Now that said, or in our proposed RFP period, that said, I do think it's a good practice when you look at one of the biggest policies council has is the budget. So I think it is good practice to routinely review large routine expenses and validate your choices with the community through the budgeting process. So whether that happens next year or at some point in time, I think that's just good diligence. What I still see missing in my mind, and I think the way you propose, Steve, the benchmarks, that makes good sense to me, but is the outcomes. And we partnered with these two individuals for 5 years, and the employee well-being side, and I appreciate your comments, Jesse, and I've seen your comments, Steve, and the body language when there's any discussion of a perceived change. It's like, I understand our employees love this arrangement right now, and that's great, and that is not quantifiable data for me. So I want to validate whatever it takes to validate continuing this benefit, if it's the right one, is kind of what I'd be looking for, which would include the benchmarking.
I'm sitting here somewhat speechless, sometimes confused. Also sort of hearing different things from you than from you, and I may have misheard people. To do a proposed RFP, put this all out to bid, seems like a project. I don't believe it is on the list of projects that priorities that this council decided upon in last June. And and it seems like every meeting, maybe every other meeting, we add a new priority onto the list. And where I am sitting right now, first of all, the discussion of health insurance just sends me into a tizzy. Uh, I appreciate that you think it's going to be really easy. I mean, the process of going through an RFP and stuff like that. But I think I'm not sure this is the right time. I appreciate what you've been saying, or how it makes sense that we have a regular, assessment and things like that, and maybe put that on our list of things to discuss in June. Is that going to be one of our priorities in terms of what to do? No matter how simple and easy it might be to put this all out to bid, I don't think this is the time. And when we start thinking about outcomes, there's the health outcomes, there's the dollar outcomes, there's the what it does to employees when they begin to get wind that maybe my health insurance is going to change. Some will be really excited and some will be freaking out, and what that will do. So you said it much more eloquently. I think we should let sleeping dogs lie for the time being and take it up as a priority in June. As to whether we want to move forward with an RFP in the future.
And what I heard Steve say is we could do some basic benchmarking, get that data, and then figure out at some future point whether we want to do it.
I appreciate that that's what you heard, and I heard that too, but I also heard it's not part of our big, I think it's more than that. And I appreciate
Is it more than that?
And I appreciate what he said. I disagree.
I would like us to do some basic benchmarking along the lines you articulated. I think that we'd be negligent to not do that.
And I also think the formal RFP, I don't think I've heard anyone agreeing to this formal RFP. That wasn't scheduled till after we would be discussing next year's priorities anyway. But to me, the benefit of the model we use is we own the data. So if we can't do something that demonstrates outcomes, because the thing is reduced acute care visits, it's improved outcomes, it's employee well-being. If we own the data, that should be available to us now. So that's what I'm thinking should be part of this.
I just want to.
That's why we have the data manager.
Well, that's what we have.
I know.
Yeah, I just want to. I own this slide because a lot of the questions that came in lead me as a consultant to be like, oh, well, they haven't been out to bid in a while. The questions are asking different funding arrangements, and we could find that out. So I don't want to put it back here that necessarily the city said, hey, this is a project we need to do. I advise with all these questions, let's get the answer. I'm taking direction from you. So I'm happy with whatever you're saying tonight.
And as a consultant, you cost.
This is no extra cost.
Okay.
Yeah, it's included.
In that case. You should have said that at the beginning.
Yeah. This would be included in what we do. This is not an extra project cost.
So it sounds like councils have a big appetite for going out to bid, but would like some benchmarking information, or you want to wait till?
I think we need benchmarking.
What I'm hearing is maybe a little tiny bit of benchmarking information, and then to Councilor Fitzgerald's point,
sorry, that was me. Sorry, I hit my phone.
Marathon does send us monthly reports that I'm happy to share to the extent that I can, and then that annual report will have a lot more data on health outcomes, tracking for the year, and a lot more detail than the monthly ones. And part of my own interdepartmental priority list is that wellness aspect of employment. And so trying to get that ramped up, backed up with the data that we get from Marathon, from CBA Blue, from Acrisure, all those fronts. So happy to funnel that into one.
So I think we should do adequate benchmarking. Mm-hmm. I don't understand the skittishness to do that. I think we owe it to the public to do that. It sounds like our consultant thinks he can do it. And I think it'd be negligent not to.
Great.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks
It's
for
a good
talking about
discussion.
insurance at 10 p.m.
Let's do this next time, too.
Maybe don't drive home tonight, though.
I got meetings tomorrow back in
Sorry.
Connecticut. So
As
But you
we're
live far
saying,
away?
Connecticut.
Oh.
Yeah.
as we're wrapping up, I'm just trying to understand what we're asking for. Have we agreed that we're asking for Steve to do some adequate benchmarking for us and provide some data at a future date so that we can decide
And
what the next step
Maddie
is?
was going to look at Marathon and get some reports from Marathon for.
And we'll work in conjunction with the city to make sure we're getting the right stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go drive.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Hopefully you have a Tesla with a full driving, All right, let's move on to item.
It's not over.
Not over yet. No. 14, receive a recommendation on the expansion of the Fire Station 1 to accommodate the prevention unit and provide direction to staff. Well, from the memo, it seemed like there was no alternative. So,
And yeah,
all those in favor?
I'll just.
But please go ahead.
Good, thanks, Tim, and good evening, Stephen Locke, Fire Chief in this role. So I'll be brief. Obviously, you've had the tour. We've let to previous memo had laid out some options, which I think we explained during the tour. I'm not really sure those are real options. I don't think there is any other well, I shouldn't say that. I think we believe the best option to move forward with this would be to authorize us to move forward with the documents and the timeline.
Hold on. Hey, Chief.
Okay. There.
Shut the door.
You're coming. Here we go.
Thank you, Travis.
Again, we believe the best option to move forward would be to direct us to bring back to you the documents and the timeline to move forward with the public bond at the March town meeting that would be paid for between the combination of the capital assessment fee that you implemented back on August 1st and the rental registry surcharge and excess revenues that we're seeing there. And then we paid back over a bond over 15 to 20 years. The memo does talk about a higher rate than what we would get with a bond. And primarily, I didn't change that last line because finance had already approved that line, and they were very deep in finance work last week between our new finance software and budgeting. But we anticipate a bond more in the 4% range.
So, only question I had, we know it's going to cost about almost 2 million, 1.9 to build. So why only 1.5 bond?
So we're already starting to, by the time we were ready to go to construction, we're setting on revenue, excess revenue or surplus revenue from the rental registry. And we would likely have almost 2 years of capital assessment fee.
Great.
Okay. Will we be able to have wire mesh on the windows of the addition like they have on the trailer?
I would hope we wouldn't need wire mesh on the windows.
So
It's not funny.
Given the amount of time that we've spent on this issue and us all having gone on the tour and the fact that we've set down the path of doing the rental registry and doing the inspections and needing the space for staff, and given what time it is, I'd love to see us. I'm ready to accept your recommendations, and I'm wondering where everybody else is.
We have ready a month ago.
What's that?
I was ready last month.
Yeah.
No,
I am ready to accept the recommendation, and I was not before. I'll be very clear. I kept thinking that there was another space that would work, and going and actually seeing what it was and where people were working and what the needs were completely turned me around. So I am totally ready to accept your recommendation.
But Elizabeth,
There's no but. I do have a question. I don't know really anything about the vet center at Gregory Drive, and I know it's basically a 20-year break even based on the revenue that the lease generates. to cover this bond. I know there's been a lot of discussion about keeping personnel together, but I also heard on the tour that there's often very tough conversations that have to be had in that trailer or wherever people meet. And it made me start to wonder, gosh, might it be a better situation to be close to the police department, and it's our own space right now? So that is a serious question that occurred to me after the tour.
Yeah, I would say that in my only 3 years there, but certainly since 2008 as a fire department administrator, I don't know that I've ever. Certainly, we have tough conversations with builders and sometimes architects and property owners, but I've never seen an instance where we've needed a police because is that where you're referring to? Is a relationship because of close proximity to police?
Yes.
Yeah, I've certainly never seen that in my career.
That there was some slightly different.
Never on medical calls. Certainly never on plans review or a permit problem. Certainly on medical calls in the street.
And would the recommendation be to present both the option of a bond at a lower interest rate or use of the fees?
I'm not recommend. So the fees, I guess. The bond will be paid for through the fees. So we will bring you back the language. So you'll have to have a necessity hearing. Is that the correct terminology? In December or January. And we would go down this path where it would be paid for through the fees already being assessed. And the bond question would be stated to be paid for using these two revenue sources and not general fund tax dollars.
Could we limit it that way? I mean, what if they happen to be insufficient? Aren't we still liable on the bond?
So it's still the general obligation of the city. So yes, if it falls through, it's a GO bond, but you still can match it to
Well, we'd say the
a
intent
funding.
is.
Yeah, it's the same way we do with TIF. TIF is also a GO bond.
Yeah.
It's this bond is being paid for from these revenues. But it is on the general good faith, and that's part of the necessity is hearing is you all saying this is backed by the good faith of the municipality.
The city, yeah.
Okay, so council says let's see that plan.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
But Ryan has a comment. Ryan Doyle, let's make it quick, please. It's late.
Oh, sorry, I gotta let him
We're
speak.
getting there. Hold on.
Sorry, Ryan. That was me.
That's okay. I can understand the wanting to keep the department together, but I really still haven't seen anything that indicates why this couldn't be done for less money in another even commercial space, right? Like we've used them all for the library before. And so when I look at even though we're saying this isn't going to be on the general fund, when we look at, for example, funding it through the rental registry, that's just a pass-through cost onto renters who already have a higher pass-through cost of taxes.
Ryan, you've already made this point before, and this is an existing revenue source we have now that's related to this activity. That's why it's recommended that we use that.
Yeah, and I realize that part of why those fees are so high is because there was the intent to use those fees to build new. But I don't see where we've looked through having cheaper sources of space that would then not put the same pressure onto renters.
I understand. Thanks, Ryan. Okay. Thank you. So we're going to move on to item 16, which is convene as Liquor Commission. Can I have a motion to convene as Liquor Control?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now we need a motion to approve the third-class restaurant bar license for Things from Yod.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Now we need a motion to come out of Liquor Control.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So Things from Yod is a Jamaican restaurant that's in-house and takeout across from Earl's Cyclery on Williston Road, where the Bottle Redemption is, where Joe Barry's used to be. Yeah. So if you didn't know that, it's been there for several months now. We intend to go, but we just haven't been yet. But I've heard good things about it. So she had a place in Winooski earlier, I think. Yeah, now they have liquor, so maybe they'll have some red. What's the Jamaican beer? Red
Stripe. Red Stripe.
Red Stripe. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, man. All right, so item 17, review the significant topics below for the council's November 17th.
So you can read them here. CCRPC will be here. Town Meeting TV will be here. You'll get an update on the climate action plan modeling. Discuss Safe Routes to School task force integration with the Bike Ped Committee. Receive the city's parking management plan proposal. Receive an update on the tax increment financing district projections and an update on the capital projects, and receive your first policies and strategies report.
Okay.
Meaty.
Item 18, other business. It's kind of late, but did you want for?
I would
just
suggest,
an idea.
I would suggest that this get brought up at another time.
We can bring it up another time. Okay.
But I don't want it to get lost because I think it's
Yeah. No, I had an idea, but we'll bring it up another time. And I told Erica earlier, I'm just really impressed with the Dorset Street Kennedy Drive light signalization. It's working really well. And
Is that it
love
for
it.
us?
I have two things.
Sure.
Just for the HOA conversation at the Planning Commission was really intriguing to me, and I know I've talked occasionally with Andrew about how to incent HOAs to look at splits for heating and cooling and things like that, because there's not really a group way to do it. But as I heard the draft master plan for open space and rec, it was there was definitely HOAs were mentioned there in terms of some kind of private public partnerships. So at some point, the council may want to consider sort of evaluating the various HOAs in town and understanding where we may have some opportunity to work with them. And then the second one I had was I just wondered if the city school leadership meetings have commenced again.
Good point.
No, but the superintendent and I have a one-on-one meeting scheduled for later in the month to kind of map out the next couple of months, including restarting those meetings and the budget process and the steering committee meeting. Can I go to the HOA thing for a minute, though? So this has been, Paul and I have talked about HOAs since I got here. There is an enormous potential for us to wrap our minds around what HOAs we actually have in the city and what their leadership structures are and how they are essentially mini municipalities within our municipality, and use that structure in a completely different way, not only for zoning things, but for community development opportunities, communication opportunities, public-private partnership opportunities. So if we're going to go down that path, I would love to broaden that conversation a little and have it be really comprehensive. And I'm done.
Sounds like a good plan.
Thanks.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Thanks for hanging in there till 11:11.